down, feel the ticking in my ears. No, is it near the end? Fade out till I disappear. No, 'cause look the other way, you meet you face to face. Words they float away when I'm losing the race. 'Cause I can't play this game. 'Cause I'm still afraid the things you say, hiding numbers to my days. What
Hello and welcome to Triton Cup number 107. I'm Sasu. I'm here with my buddy Pat, and we're
Hey.
going to be looking at Unction versus Kasane Teto for +3. And honestly, I think I might agree with them, Pat.
Okay, I don't know who Gasane Teto is, but I'm always for helping young players reach new training spots. So yeah, go Gasane Teto, I guess.
Kasane Teto is a Vocaloid.
Oh.
So they are
Okay,
saying
well, I
that,
even more want them to get to +3.
right?
We need more
Listen.
Vocaloids in the scene.
If Miku Miku Beam can be a tourney, then surely Kasane Teto deserves to be in +3. But they're gonna have to go up against Unction, which is quite the name. Maybe Kasane Teto for +3 is just gonna get stuck in in the depths isn't the word I want. In the stickiness of Unction. This is quite the word. Every time I think of the word, for those of you who are not sure, I feel like this isn't a word that's very often used. Unction, I believe, maybe I could be completely wrong about this. I think it's the noun version of the word unctuous, and unctuous is like think of like molasses. It's like thick and slow and gross.
Okay.
Kind of.
So according to my translation tool, because I didn't know the word, this is a ritual anointment, in the Christian and Catholicism, where unction is the last rite you give to someone before they die.
Oh, well, I am a bad Christian. I should not.
I'm not a Christian.
I just called out on stream, rightfully so. Everyone should just, an ointment, a salve, something soothing or comforting, and excessive. There are a lot of terms here. Well, you know what? Maybe we'll have to ask them which they mean eventually.
Because I was only here to say that because I'm not going to do this block. Squidoku is here to do it in my place. I'll be back for block number 2. So bye-bye everybody. I'll leave you into Sasu and Squidoku's hands. Bye.
Yeah, it was nice having you put me in my place a little bit there, Pat. But instead we have Squidoku. Squidoku, how are you doing today?
Hello, I am doing great. My deepest apologies for being a few minutes late here, but hello, I am ready to get going here to bring us this best of 3 set here, zones only, between Unction and Kasane Teto +3.
Yes, Pat and I were just discussing these funky names we have on stream. One of the things I love about a Triton Cup, I love about a tourney, is that you always just have these teams really giving you a little bit of a giggle, a little bit of a ha-ha with the names, but they will not be giggling, not ha-haing on this map mode. Let's take a look at these loadouts. Seeing a lot of more typical picks, and of note, I'd argue, is that Splattershot Pro, which we've been seeing used a lot in comp lately, Squidoku.
Yeah, the new Splattershot Pro, it appeared a whole lot in, I believe it was Super Jump that happened shortly after the patch came out. But now we have one going down on the side of Teto +3, and that means Unction gets the zone here. Here we see this Slosher dropping down very aggressively to take out that Wiper as soon as they pop Hammer, and now Unction are rolled up right ahead of the zone into that choke area, looking to get some of those picks and to keep Teto +3 back before they really have chance to get anything done with their hammers or other specials.
Yeah, absolutely. As much as we're talking about that pro missile, not necessarily what you may need for a retake. So right now you see that Unction already past halfway through their points. A Booyah Bomb does come out from the side of Teto, but they do get two picks and are able to finally take that zone. You see T-Girl Yuri here throwing that hammer, not able to get any picks from it. And right now, Unction is on the back foot, getting a little bit of their own medicine from that strong pull they initially had. This zone right now in neutral, Teto able to keep it for now, but with one of their members going down, they are at a state of disadvantage and they've lost the zone, but we'll see if Unction is going to be able to get through those penalty points.
Yeah, Unction are really doing a good job of keeping their team up and just keeping a presence around the zone, not letting everyone go down here. Although with 2 players down, they do have that crab tank coming out, but it is almost a full wipe as 3 players, everyone except for the crab, goes down in succession. And so Teto plus 3 are able to neutralize the zone at least, but they're not able to take out Harry XYZ there with the crab. So Unction do manage to hold on to that presence around the zone and get control again, preventing Teto plus 3 from giving them even more penalty points, and now they're already almost all the way through it, but now finally Teto plus 3 managed to take the zone themselves, and they give those additional penalty points, preventing Unction from getting any further through those 35 remaining.
Yeah, but those missiles come out, causing the members of Teto to kind of back up, sort of scatter, and scattering and staggering can be so lethal on a place like this. Like I was talking about that retake, if you guys are staggering, going down one by one, then getting out of your spawn and really organizing can be so tough. It seems as though Teto's having a really hard time when it comes to their hold. Of course, they made it to that 64, but Unction currently having the zone and sending out those strikes to make it so that Teto can't advance forward is still holding, but finally Teto able to get that zone back. But we'll see if they're able to hold on to the zone for long, because Unction got a lot of points on the board there, and just past 2 minutes left in here, I think it's proving super difficult for them to just like back Unction back into their spawn and stop them from advancing.
Yeah, Unction here, they really want to get back into the zone, of course, and they've got those multiple specials out, the tri-strikes from that bucket, as well as the crab. Harry XYZ getting that pick here onto the one of the players of Teto plus 3, but it's not really going to stop Teto plus 3 from holding the control here. They've got one of the players pushed up a bit, as the other 2 more are able to come back, and now even though Unction do take the zone, Teto plus 3 are able to regain control here and push forward ahead, getting 3 players down on the side of Unction, and so this is a really strong position to be in going into the last 45 seconds of this game.
Absolutely, totally agree, Skudoku. Like, going that many members down, not just in general, but with 30 seconds left, it's so easy to get through your penalty points. Easy enough that Team Teto has done so. Right now there's a bit of a skirmish, and a double from T-Girl Yuri is going to make it so that the members of Unction are going to have to book it for the zone. They've lost the lead so far here. 16 seconds left, and with that ticking down, they do put the zone in neutral, but they're going to have to cap over it if they're hoping to see what they can get here. And it is just I think a 2v2 here in zone. They finally get it, but there's 1 second left here, Skudoku, and 2 of their members are down.
Yeah, it is overtime here, and with a total wipeout right as they cap the zone, Teto plus 3 managed to hold on in overtime.
Yeah, that was a really strong showing, especially it felt as though Teto plus 3 was struggling with that hold. Like, they were just kind of getting smothered every time it seemed as though they were getting into the zone. But sometimes all it really takes is one really strong hold, one really strong push, and the game can be yours when you let it slip through your fingers. So, Unction maybe gonna have to not maybe, they will have to lock in for this game of Umami Zones here, because this is a best of 3, and if they don't tie it up here, that's just going to be the set.
Yeah, and the first game, we saw it going just about the entire... Well, we did see it. We saw it go all the way to overtime. And that does happen sometimes on Robo Ramen, but it also tends to happen on Umami Ruins, because this is a double zone map, which is a lot harder to take control of both zones at the same time. It's a lot easier to keep it neutralized when one team has control of one zone and the other team controls the other. So in a map like this, where there are 2 zones, a lot more of the time gets spent with no team in control, and so this game is also likely to go the whole 5 minutes if the last one did as well. That being said, Umami Ruins is a map where a lockout can be very nasty indeed. So both teams will be trying to maintain that kind of lockout if they're able to take control of the zones and push past the choke point into the area where the opposing team's dome is, and even further perhaps.
Yeah, I believe neither of those teams had a pencil in that last match, so maybe snipe not going to be as prevalent. We shall see what everybody runs. I think we're looking at no changes so far, so perhaps people sitting on that dome and trying to just shoot at the zone going to be a little bit less prevalent. Perhaps we're going to see that from some pros, but you're completely right. There's going to be a lot of neutral and people just having to get paint down in that zone. But so far, we are off with an early control for Kasane Teto +3, with 2 members going down on the side of Unction very early. So, of course, those missiles are online with a very wise jump out is going to mean that I believe they're going to kind of take their resources and see what they can do for retake. We have on that aforementioned dome the edit, and so far, Unction trying to make their way back into mid.
Yeah, we saw that crab tank. This is the second crab tank already from Unction. They had one at around the 15-second mark, but it was in a little bit of an awkward position back then, not really getting much done despite how early it came out. And so Teto +3 were able to really weather that special storm and take control of the zone without going down much themselves. But this time they are 3 down, and so it looks like their control is going to wane very quickly, going to Unction, both sides of mid, both zones. So they are able to start getting points on the board here with Teto +3 at 36 remaining.
Yeah, and once again, we see that signature crab tank getting 2. Let's see if they're able to get more. The crab tank runs out. So far, the reign of terror from Unction is going to come to an end there. But Harry, you see them skirmishing before they do go down, perhaps overextending a little bit before getting punished. 3 members down on Teto, so right now gonna be very difficult for Zakirai to get out of there. Does get punished, and Unction still continues to make their way through the points, making it very difficult for Teto to advance on the zone. You see T-Girl, Yuri kind of taking that position where their teammate went down. They're throwing the hammer, not quite getting a pick, and a change of hands with the lead. Oh, we're seeing the crab tank once again, and I think those strikes, so maybe they might lose their hand on the zone here, given that 2 of their members have gone down, but woo, were they throwing specials over to Teto.
Yeah, Unction, Harry, not quite able to maintain that early pace of a crab tank every 30 seconds, maybe trying to go for 10 crabs this match. But we saw Zakirai able to sneak in there, displace that crab, and then immediately sustain the push with a Booyah Bomb earlier on, helping the rest of the team get in towards the zone. But just now, with Zakirai trying to get in there, even further, but getting taken out, getting seen. The rest of Teto plus 3, though, are able to hold this position very far forward, get a couple of picks, even though it's in exchange for a few of their own. They're able to get right back in there. T-Girl Yuri trying to get one or more picks, able to get one before going down, but Unction and the rest of the team are desperately trying to get control of the zone, having to pay attention to both sides. They do manage it and just barely stay alive here.
Yeah, that was a crazy hold by T-Girl Yuri and the rest of Kasane Teto for +3, because 2 of their members were down, and yet just through the skirmishing with that wiper, they were able to stay alive for a really long time. But you see that Unction gets their hands on the zone, is able to stop Teto from their reign of terror a little bit there, and they're already almost through their point. So you see them sort of locking in here, getting 3 members down, everyone but the edit, and I don't think they were maybe coolered either. So Unction being very smart, moving back, one of them going down to T-Girl Yuri's crazy hammer play, but they're making a bid at the lead right now, but T-Girl Yuri is just painting for their life, and that is going to be game. Wow, what a back and forth at the end there.
Yeah. Diving in with that wiper, going there, trying to neutralize the zone as well as take out some of the opponents. They weren't able to do everything on their own, and that means that Unction do manage to hold onto the zones long enough to take that game, bringing the set to 1-1 to a tiebreaker on Hagglefish Market.
Squidoku, I am so curious how many crabs Harry got. I feel as though I struggle to wonder if there was ever a time where Harry was not in crab there.
Yeah, they're at first it was looking like a solid clockwork every 30 seconds, but when Kasane Teto plus 3 had their big first push, it did look like they were not quite able to maintain that pace, and they might have dropped down to a pace of 9 crabs in a 5-minute game, and if it ended with 45
what a
seconds
dropping
left,
of the ball.
Yeah, I would say that was probably 7, maybe 8 crabs that game.
Golly, we'll see how many crabs they're able to get here. Moving into Hagglefish zones, I'm sure both of these teams might be excited to see such a map mode. This is quite the great equalizer. Every competitive team, I would say, knows how to play this map, what they're looking for, what works here. So I think this is a really good neutral map, no gimmicks like the 2 zones or anything like that to sort of hinder them. So I'm assuming both of these teams are going to be going at it the same way, and we're going to see a lot of trading back and forth in terms of the zone, perhaps, just like those other 2 games.
Yeah, it's going to be back and forth. This is a map that everyone who's played any significant amount of competitive Splatoon 3 has seen. This is a classic of this game, and so this is going to just be a test of which team is going to come out on top. This is a team both teams should absolutely understand how to play.
Yeah, we are at match point, of course, tied up. And we're once again seeing these very same loadouts. Both of these teams very clearly feeling very comfortable with what they're going, and excited to see the sort of skirmish we're going to see in mid. What tends to happen in a Hagglefish zones is both of these teams, more so than trying to get the zone, are trying to stay safe, check the flanks, see what sort of sneaky picks they can get really early on, and then move forward and try and lock out the other team. So far, we have Unction being the first people to do just that, getting a wipeout on Kasane Tete for +3. Their edit coming back up. I'm not quite sure if they were able to get that cooler out for their team, but right now they are in a very difficult position where you have a pro there on snipe, on tent on glass, trying to put in that pressure, getting out those strikes while they try and keep the zone now that they've pushed back.
Yeah, it looks like that hammer from Tigreal Yuri just shredded the second crab to come out from Harry XYZ on the side of Unction. And now, as the first minute finishes, that is a full wipeout going against Unction. And so Teto +3 are able to take control of the zone and push up ahead. Something I actually noticed at the very start of this game was around 15 seconds in, we saw that crab and cooler coming out from the side of Unction around the same time, just like we saw in the previous game. So it looks like that is probably a pretty consistent strategy that this team has on zones in general, getting that early crab and early cooler, and it worked out pretty well for them this time with that initial wipeout. And so Harry, with I believe the fourth crab of the game at this point, looking to help with that wipeout onto Teto +3, and so that is back in control for Unction here. This is just wipeouts going back and forth. I think that's the third wipeout of this game.
Yeah, I believe so. Maybe the wipeouts just as plentiful as those crabs that we've been seeing, but so far right now, I think Unction trying to defend their hold on the zone right now. Harry, in by what is my count, perhaps the 18th crab of the game, trying to still put that out. And then there is a Hail Mary Booyah that's just going to be painted over. And finally, we've been seeing both of these teams just have victory kind of slip out of their hands with the other team coming forward and capping over the zone. Not going to happen this time. That is a healthy win of the game and the set for Team Unction.
Yeah, Unction managing to hold on there after dropping that first game on Robo Ramen. They came back with the 2-1 to move on.
Is that a technical reverse sweep?
Yeah, but it isn't really.
It's like a 3.
Technically, yes. Technically, yes. But
on
it's
paper.
But in a best of 3, it's more of just a comeback. This kind of thing happens all the time in best of 3s. So we'll be seeing Unction moving on to the next round in winners bracket. Teto +3, they are not out completely. They have losers bracket to work through.
Yeah, but in the meantime, I believe we are going to take a short break, and we'll be back to Triton-Cup with the next match. Don't go anywhere.
Without you, now I'm broken.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Triton-Cup. I am Squidoku. I am here with Sasu, and we are going to be bringing you the second round of the winners bracket between 129 and Prismatic.
Yes, very excited to get into the second game, especially 129, I believe, is our second seed. So certainly, we might see an upset of all time, or we might see a showing as to why 129 is indeed our second seed, but they're gonna have to show us, starting with, once again, the great equalizer, shocking absolutely no one. In fact, both of these teams, I think, have picked this as a preferential map mode. It's gonna be Hagglefish Zones again.
Yep, Hagglefish Market, like we said, a classic, and this is not exactly a tiebreaker. Both teams are 0-0 right now, but we will be loading in. There are some new weapons here on the side of Prismatic here with the Tri-Stringer and the Dreadringer coming from the Embers set.
Yeah, very rare that you see a big bow in competitive, especially a bow that is not well-stringed, I'd argue. So definitely excited to see that, as well as already you have that jetpack ready on that big bow. They have popped it, so they're making that work. You see this 2v1 that ends in a very unfortunate trade while the numbers just keep ticking down for 129. Finally, that bow is back and putting some paint down in that zone, able to neutralize it. And now it's just a case of both of these teams getting their specials, stabilizing, and seeing what they can do. Wow, that is a point-blank grab. You hate to see it.
Yeah, you hate to see it indeed. Both of these teams fighting it out here. Prismatic with control of the zone. They are able to get two with that Inkjet and right back in play. Able to hold on to the zone. It's only the pencil left, but that is a full wipeout from this team that, I should say, is not running a Tacticooler. That is a major difference between these two comps, with no Soda on the side of Prismatic, but that is not stopping them. They are going for aggressive specials out here, with only the bubble not being one that deals damage. And so Prismatic able to get it down to 35 remaining before they lose two players and lose control of this zone. But they won't want to try and get it back with this bubble here to hold a position, but the tri-strikes mean absolutely none of that.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems as though Prismatic has said, listen, we don't need cooler, we need pack. That is going to do the cleaning up for us. But two of their members go down, I think, on both teams, actually, when you do hear the count. So right now, I believe we have one of the members from Prismatic going down, unfortunately not able to get their crab before they do so. So the big bow left here on Snipe to try and clean out this court and their own spawn, popping this jetpack, and unfortunately, rather than getting picks, using it to maybe get some paint down. And right now, 129 at the 10-point mark, Mikaku, I believe, having that game-ending crab. That is going to be a decisive ending push there for 129.
Yeah, I think the final retake from Prismatic really would have had to hinge on some picks from that Inkjet and from any other specials that they would have been able to bring out. But unfortunately for them, we didn't really see any value getting from that last Inkjet there, and so Prismatic didn't really have the resources to be able to move forward towards the zone, and so 129 managed to keep that lockout and hold on for that knockout win.
Yeah, well, you know what? I think that can be kind of chalked up to the fact that none of their teammates were really out and pressuring 129 in that court area, and I think that jetpack plays really well when it's able to sort of maximize off of chip, and people, you're in a 1v1 and then you have a jet in the air just shooting at you. very easy for you to go down. But when the Jet is alone, essentially in a 1v4, it can spell disaster. So since Prismatic was going coolerless, we're going to see how that does for them in a place like Barnacle and Dime zones, where it can be so crucial not to wipe. This place is huge. I always say it, you have to take multiple fights in order to even get into mid, get off of your spawn, into court, then take another fight getting onto your plat, and then into mid. So if they decide to go coolerless again, which they have, they can't really go down, or else it's going to be a lot of pain for them getting back to that zone. But we'll see how it works out for them here on opening.
Yeah, this is the same team comp coming out from Prismatic, but they go 2 down immediately out here with 129 diving forward, getting a third in a trade. There's that Tacticooler already coming out from 129, and they are just diving forward, looking to get those picks and to make sure that Prismatic are held back in their own spawn. Dropping down into that dangerous court there means that they get taken out by that bucket immediately. And so 129 in the blink of an eye are already almost halfway through the points they need to score.
Listen, I'm wondering if 129 may be the number for LeBron, because it seems as though they are just dominating this court here. Right now, Prismatic not really able to get out of that section, but you see that Inkjet finally kind of making it into mid, putting some paint down, but their only hope really that shot going down before they're able to neutralize that zone, and 2 members go down. I think time-wise, it's just not enough to get back into that mid, and that is going to be an extremely decisive 2-0 win for 129, showing why they are our second seed.
Yeah, I saw the vision for Prismatic. They're using the Inkjet to kind of intimidate in conjunction with the splatter shot moving forward, moving in around that flank route. But the rest of the team must have been held up in that choke point on the other side by the remaining players of 129 and been unable to get to the zone to really help retake it. And so that push didn't really get much of anywhere, especially because at the end of that Inkjet, that player gets sent all the way back to their recall, and so they're not able to really continue putting pressure on the zone past the end of that special.
Listen, I see why one of the members on 129 is named Mikasa, because clearly they are here to slay, whether they are Titans or Squids. Maybe all topple at the feet of 129, but they, of course, will be continuing their winners run while they send Prismatic down to the losers bracket. They still have a run ahead of them, more games to play. And speaking of more games to play, we have more games to look at. We are just, it feels like flying through these, Godoku.
Yeah, this bracket is going by pretty fast. A lot of these sets are ending 2-0 early on here. But as we get towards the later stage of the bracket, as the better teams are going to rise to the top, we are likely to see more competitive sets out here. And in fact, the very first set that we watched was remarkably competitive, but having gotten through that, all the other teams are really, really cruising through this bracket until they run into each other. These teams going 2-0 in all their sets so far are going to be up against teams that have also not dropped a game at all just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. But we will be watching that happen. I think next up is Amnesia versus Kenopton, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like probably a Candon pickup, with some players from that prominent top level team, that Div X team. Looking through the list of players, yeah, it looks like 3 of the 4 members of Kenopton are players on Candon, and so since they don't have their full squad there, it is not exactly Candon,
but not.
But
you know,
yeah, exactly. Amnesia,
and
though,
hmm
they are the 13 seed, having just taken a first round win into an upset over the 4 seed in this event, who had a first round bye, and so maybe they weren't quite ready to go into that set. Amnesia taking that 2-0 before having to face Kanaten.
Yeah, maybe they weren't warm, but a 2-0 is pretty decisive. Sometimes it can be a little bit difficult to just, fall into a 2-0. I almost wish I could have seen it, but I very much so enjoyed the set that we saw just now, seeing the power there of our second seed. But I'm not sure. Are we going to be taking a little break, or are we just jumping right into this?
It looks like, based on the state of the bracket, that these teams are probably ready to go.
Ready to go. Yeah.
So we'll see how long it takes for them to get into the room, how long it takes for them to ready up, but I don't think this is going to take very long.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked, though. It's quite nice to see Splatoon players on their P's and Q's, really getting through that bracket, because, things are always happening. People are getting mommed, or dadded, and, guys, people are AFK, and where's your fourth? Very that energy. So if both of these teams are ready to go, that is definitely going to be exciting. Though Amnesia, that I know you guys are not seeing their profile picture, but clearly they're ready to intimidate, to intimidate with a picture like they have, really just staring down. Cannot done going into umami zones. They said, listen, don't think you can just waltz through this. We just took down the 4th seeds. We're going to be looking at both of those zones, just like our profile picture.
Yeah, and we are getting into the portion of this tournament where it is best of 5 here rather than best of 3. So these teams are going to need to win 3 games and not just 2 in order to move on. And this is going to really decisively say which of these teams has the advantage out here. Starting out with Umami Ruins, which we have seen before today, before moving on to Mako Mart, and then Game 3 on Flounder Heights, which is not something that we've seen a whole lot of in competitive recently.
I want to know who it was, who picked Flounder Heights zones. We don't see it much in competitive, but I think it's not exactly rare when you are looking at zones only. I suppose definitely rarer compared to a Hagglefish, compared to a Robo Ramen, but when it's zones only, sometimes it just feels like anything goes. You'll see the most scuffed maps kind of showing up from time to time, but of course we are starting off with Umami Ruin zones. Once again, we're definitely going to be looking out for both of these teams just fighting tooth and nail to have a steady hold of both of these zones, because all it takes is some person to be standing on that snipe, just spitting out ink with a good enough range, and that zone is as good as neutralized. Not to mention, players have a tendency to really go for the lockout here. They go into that court area, and they're skirmishing and fighting, and they forget to paint the zone behind them. They're just so busy just getting that lockout that the zone is actually in neutral, and they're busy fighting, and they're putting no points on the board. So definitely have a look out for some artificial lengthening of the set in terms of people not painting the zone when the zone's just in neutral, sitting there staring at them, waiting.
So the with Umami Ruins, we're like, as we've said before, that is going to be a double zone map that is a nasty choke point that you can easily get locked out in, and it's a bit of a cramped spawn area with not a whole lot of space to move around in. So if one team is able to get that lockout, the other team is gonna have to play patiently to get their specials and to really make sure to hold the few strong positions that they have to prevent the opponents from really getting in there, getting deep into that spawn and really wreaking havoc on them.
Yeah, the retake can be quite brutal. So I'm also going to be keeping an eye on those specials, because what can also be useful here, of course, there's retake, and then also just neutralizing the zone from afar. Maybe some tri-strikes, maybe booyah, especially with that new sword that has booyah on it. I would not be surprised if people just want to pop it in their own spawn and chuck it over at one of the zones, forcing one or some of the members to just sort of retreat out of there and paint back over it, giving you a good opportunity to get out of your own spawn with a bit of a 4v3 there. But knowing what we're going to be seeing from Umami, after that, both of these teams going to have to play Mako Mart zones, which is going to be the first time we're seeing this map mode on stream. As much as I'm expecting to see some AoE always very strong on a vertical map like this. Speaking of vertical maps, it's what's after it, right? But
Yeah, the most vertical map.
Yeah, the vertical map of vertical maps. I would argue if there were a Moray Towers of Splatoon 3,
Moray Towers back in the day is basically the only one that could really be argued as more vertical than this right now, or maybe even Splatoon 1 Flounder Heights, because I don't know if it's just my poor memory, but I do remember Splatoon 1 Flounder Heights being even more tall, more vertical than it is in Splatoon 3. It feels like it's kind of shrunk down a little bit, but maybe that's just a redesign for the third game. Maybe that's just the memory of being a slightly smaller squid.
And we are gonna get into it finally, starting off in Umami. We're looking at a Gal and a Range Blaster. Interestingly enough, I find that Range Blaster used to be way more common a little while back, but now every time I see a blaster, people are opting to go an S Blast or even just a V Blaster. So very interesting to see this custom range, I believe, with the Kraken on the side of Amnesia. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so both of these teams getting specials out early. We are finally at the point in this tournament where both teams are bringing out a pencil, which is likely to continue for much of the rest of this tournament, I would expect. But now we have a Kraken fight in mid. There is that 96 Gal Deco versus the custom range blaster, both with that special, but two going down on the side of Amnesia means that Cannot Den are able to push forward. There's that splash wall coming out from Synapse, looking to Shark over here, looking to be able to put down a whole lot of damage, but Amnesia moving right past, getting towards the zone, looking to take one side and neutralize the other. They manage to take control here as a player goes down on the side of Kanden, and so Amnesia have control of the zone, and they are pushed a little bit forward here, or even a little bit back, I should say, as one player of Kanden, Kanaten, is really far ahead, forcing the players of Amnesia to turn around and look for them.
Yeah, I'm almost disoriented looking at where we are here. We saw Fatal kind of looking back into the right, so I was thinking maybe they're not at their spawn, but maybe just getting some paint down in their own area, making sure that no one got behind them. But in the meantime, Cannot Den able to take over that zone. Right now they have it in neutral, some fighting going on, so it is still in neutral, needs to be painted over, and still in neutral, believe it or not. No one, and finally, we have that control with enough members of Amnesia going down, but not without that Kraken coming out, trying to find some picks, and it's not able to do so despite kind of eking in at the end there. So right now, Cannot Den gonna take back that zone and almost get through their penalty points.
Yeah, a little bit more time on the Kraken would have been enough to take out those two players jumping in, but in the end, they went down, and there were 3 left up on Cannot Den to really take out any pressure here. And there is an impressive showing there from Synapse, able to get those 2 picks and allow the rest of the team to move forward to control that choke point. They are running down the clock. There is that Booyah Bomb to hold a little bit more time to make Amnesia fall back, and they are not able to get into the zone. Cannot then able to take game 1.
Yeah, Synapse, a real whiz on a shooter. Of course, I believe a member of Hypernova, and does a really good job of stabilizing the team when he is playing on that team there. But you see there, it was quite interesting. It was very back and forth, and then just an almost awkward but decisive hold for Cannot Den there at the end, where it was just both teams kind of scuffling along, neither painting the zone enough to take it out of neutral until it was, and then it was just lockout after that. So Cannot Den really pulling it out at the end, but I think that were they running any AoE on the side of Cannot Den? Obviously, I know they had that Gal and that Pencil. What else were they running? Because I'm wondering if we're going to see any switches here on Mako Mart.
Yeah, both teams had a Blaster class weapon, so that is some level of AoE. But aside from that, not a whole lot.
Gonna be interesting if we see maybe a V-Slosh, or if they're both going to stick on their particular blaster that they're running, or if they sort of switch off to a different blaster. But as of now, I wouldn't be surprised if people stick. As much as I play Edit, I will change to a Tri-Slosher because I just cannot resist the AoE, the slosh. And we do have a change. I believe that's from Boruto. Wow, both. I think we see changes on both their Squidoku. Is that correct?
Yeah, Synapse moving off of the 96 Deco to the Vanilla 52 Gal with the Killer Whale, holding on to that Splash Wall though, as well as on the side of Amnesia, moving away from I believe it was a
custom range blaster.
Yeah, the custom range blaster to the Vanilla Blaster, as well as getting rid of their own Kraken weapon for this single zone Mako Mart map, moving on to that Splatana Stamper.
Oh wow, Mia getting a really strong pick there before just kind of moving forward. Of course, overextending a little bit and having Fatal punish them for it. Fatal, of course, not making it out of there alive, and Cannot Den just wipes Amnesia. Of course, question mark staying in that zone with a watchful eye on that Pencil, while Amnesia is now tasked with seeing how they can drop and get back into zone. But that's not necessarily going to be easy, especially with AoE watchfully, and I think a bubble underneath one of those drops, but they are able to get enough of them in there, but not without just the Stamper going buck wild and getting that double. So right now, I think Cannot Den, despite going down, able to come back in, paint over this, and punish Amnesia for ever putting their hands on that zone.
Yeah, it looked like a little bit of an awkward position for Cannot Den. One Booyah Bomb caught out a little bit behind where Amnesia were already pushed up, but the rest of the team really able to hold onto the zone as they continue to do so down into the single digits remaining. We are likely to see this game end right here, right now.
Yeah, wow. We saw at the end there Synapse on a real rampage, just laying waste to their spawn. Nowhere was safe from the whales, from the gal, just gunning people down there. While if you want the other team to stagger, sometimes you do so by just killing everybody yourself with your own hands. And that's exactly what they did. And I'm sure Kanaten looking to just hopefully for them put the nail in the coffin. If not, have a longer set than maybe they're banking for on this next map mode.
Yeah, Flounder Heights. This is another double zone map. The two zones right in the center, relatively small, up on top of that mid area of the map here. Can be a little bit tough to really get over that great bridge between them unless you have the kind of sneaky weapons that will come up the sides of the wall to swarm in really onto your enemies when they are set up. But both of these teams surely will have a plan for this map here, and surely will be able to put up a fight at least.
Really, you think so? Surely have a plan for this map. Maybe I'm the crazy one, because I think if I'm on Flounder, I'm not so sure I have a plan for this map, but maybe maybe I'm not necessarily playing zones only all the time, and that's why I'd be a little bit lacking here in terms of what it is I want to go and what it is I'm going to do. But we're talking about these double zones, which are always very difficult to keep both of them. But I think one thing we especially have to talk about is the possibility of a lockout here. Much like a Barnacle and Dime, Flounder is quite huge, and if your team wipes, the journey you have to take in order to get back into that mid and try and neutralize the zones is going to be a mighty one. So Amnesia, who has been having a hard time, is really going to have to make sure that they are not wiping and that they're able to get back to that zone, I'd argue.
Not only that, but it's an uphill battle directly to
literally.
Yeah, it's a literal uphill battle to get into where the zone is. So if you get wiped out here, it is going to be extremely difficult. But hey, there we see that Tri-Slosher.
Is that Synapse on the Tri-Slosher? Synapse, not on a shooter? Wow, yes. That is correct. So they are running double cooler, actually, from Kanaten, which makes a lot of sense. Now that I'm thinking about it, I do see a lot of teams go double cooler, particularly on this map mode when it does come up. This is likely so you don't end up in a situation where you're just wiping and your team maybe didn't get that cooler out, and so they're, having to make that journey all the way back so people can be back fast. But already off the rip, you have Amnesia taking both zones, making their way down past the 75 mark, already getting some picks, and 2 down on their own team. Make that 3 is going to make it so that I think Kanaten is just going to be able to waltz up here and take both of the zones.
Yeah, they don't have both the zones just yet, though. Amnesia's still holding strong on their own, using that Booyah Bomb to try and extend the push. That is new weapons on the side of Amnesia. The Splatana Stamper and the Splattershot Pro with their new kits. But they, as much as they try to maintain it, Kanaten are able to at least put a couple points on the board, but at this point Amnesia are the ones holding on to the lead here, so they are not going down without a fight. They have the lead, they have control of the zone, but Kanaten looking to take control for a bit longer here, and now that they have the numbers advantage, they are looking to put down paint on both zones, and so that they have that now, and they are really getting actual points on the board. There is that Tacticooler coming out from the Tri-Nouveau as the Pencil is charging up a cooler of their own.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Amnesia are in a bit of a dangerous spot, but they said, we look danger in the eye, and we splat it straight on the zone. 2 members down, I think, on Kanata. No, that may be a delayed wipe, not sure. No, you have the 2 cooler members, if anything, in that corner, making sure that they get that cooler out, that their members stay up. Slasher, of course, with this Booyah in a bit of an awkward position, but it does do what it's supposed to, comes out and gets that paint down. And right now we are in a bit of a more classic flounder position of both of these teams just kind of in mid, chipping away at each other. Of course, you have your own zone painted and you're doing everything in your power to try and get to the other one. And those strikes coming out may be able to cap both zones. Not going to be enough. So the skirmish continues, Godoku.
Yeah, lots of paint coming out from Amnesia there with a couple players sitting in that attic area, but it's not quite enough and they don't quite manage to take the lead. Instead, going 2 down with Kenotton able to really take control of that whole mid area of the map and pushing forward on to the side of Amnesia to really exert control over all of that space below them. But with the specials coming out from Amnesia, it looks like that team in the blue ink is able to come right back in and get 2 picks onto Knotten, 3 picks even, as they make it to 38 remaining before Amnesia take both zones and start to score a few points of their own, getting through that penalty at least with only a minute and 20 seconds or so left in this game.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Amnesia, of course, right now has the zone. One of their members goes down, so Kanaten really mounting their comeback. You have Boruto there, making sure they get some chips, some paint down on that V slosh, but then getting punished for trying to be sneaky and going across that side. And right now, of course, the zones are in neutral with Kanaten having their own zone, but it feels like Amnesia has been doing a lot of really good work in terms of getting pips on Kanata, and yet 2 of their members go down and they do not have the lead, even though it feels like they've been, I don't know, playing pretty strongly, pretty dominantly. But maybe the issue here, I was saying they were getting a lot of picks. Kanata, of course, has that double cooler. So perhaps what they're getting from those picks just isn't really, they're not able to cash off of it because, like zombies, they are just always back, regardless when they go down. We are moving into the last 10 seconds. 2 members of Kanata are down. Synapse kind of there being a little bit sneaky, and they're able to close out with the win after sharking from behind, giving them the entire set, Squidoku.
Yeah, that does mean it is a 3-0 for Kanden. Or Kanaten, I should say.
Yeah.
There were a few nervous moments there where it looked like if Amnesia were able to win just one more fight, they wouldn't have any penalty points to go through, and they would be able to cruise into the lead. But Kanaten able to really hold on there, dig their heels in, is what I want to say, and hold on to that position, prevent Amnesia from taking both of those zones, and Kanata able to flip it in their favor, put down those penalty points onto Amnesia, and turn the game decisively in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, Kanata also showing why they are such a strong seed here at Triton-Cup, because you saw all of the members really locking in and showing their talents and why they're so favored almost. So definitely really crazy showing there.
Yeah. One thing that to notice is that that is not the actual Synapse. That is one of the players on Kanaten using an alias. Which
You know,
There are things to say about that, but
I mean,
we can save that for Blue Sky. We can save those thoughts for Blue Sky. Um,
Splatoon does have the alias feature, so people are always going to have a giggle, whatever. And in all fairness, I know that Synapse is on Hypernova, so really the DNA should have clued me in. That's my bad. Because I know the team tag that particular player has, but people are going in a tourney. They like to have a haha with their aliases, and haha they will because they got me. But they will have to haha all the way into winners while we haha during our break, Squidoku, because we're gonna take a little bit time off and get back to it when our players are ready. How's that sound?
that sounds great.
Thin ice, walking on my own. Playing nice, should I let it go? You said that it would change, but you're going home, and I'm losing hope. Da-da-da-da-da. But you would never know that I'm still afraid. The things you say are adding numbers to my days. What if you told yourself things would never be the same? Countdown, feel the ticking in my ears. No, is it near the end? Fade out till I disappear. No, 'cause look the other way. You meet you face to face. Words they float away when I'm losing the race.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Triton-Cup number 107 here with Dapple Productions. Once again, I am Squidoku here with Sasu, and we are going to be bringing you the winners bracket semifinals set here between 129 and Pathway.
Hey, yo, everybody. Are you ready to see 129 again? Of course, they had a really strong showing the last time we saw them on stream, but right now they've got some pretty strong competition that they're going to be going up against the 6th seed. So that's only 4 away. So we might be seeing a quote unquote upset, or we don't know, but we're already going to start, and we're going to see how both of these teams shake out in a difficult place like Barnacle's zones for both of these teams.
Yeah, Pathway here is according to their Sendu bio, they are a high-level pickup group, so these are all high-level players. They did just in the previous round get an upset in terms of seed number over Hariga Hinterlander, and so they are going to be the first team to take control of the zone. However, they do end up having 3 players in a bit of an exposed position there, going 3 down to 129, who are now immediately pushed up, but those double bombs from that Splattershot Junior at least are going to push back 129 to allow Pathway to take these positions. Zekrom here on that snipe, on that perch with the pencil, using that Tacticooler already, and now there is that special, that Tri-Strike coming out from Miner, looking to get control of the zone, and that's 3 players all grouped up, putting on the pressure, moving in and taking 3 down on 129.
Yeah, already you could almost see in slow motion Pathway taking all of their required fights, very slowly taking their court, or rather fast, taking their court, taking their plat, moving into mid, and then onto the enemy plat like clockwork. But now they have to contend with those whales that have been popped up against them, and they're also fighting quite a bit of range. This crab, of course, out along with the pencil, making sure to get that chip and the piece de resistance we have the Tri-Strikes, which are able to finally flip over that zone and stop the hurting that Pathway was putting on there. You have just their V-Slosh up, holding on to those Tri-Strikes, waiting for their teammates to come in before they pop those. And of note, I'd say, Pathway has what we're seeing for the first time in this bracket, the Booyah Sword. So they do have a lot of capabilities here, and you see that Booyah accordingly coming out and chasing out Mikasa on the side of 129.
No, we actually did see the Booyah Sword just in that last Flounder Heights game, poking their head out over the top, the side of top mid. But now we see it once again. That is yet another relatively strong kit for the Splatana Stamper here, able to put down those Booyah bombs. And it is allowing them to hold on to the lead here. They have control of the zone. They have penalty points that they are working through, as well as some that they have put onto 129. They have only 10 fewer points remaining, as well as the penalty points to go through. But with 2 players going down on the side of Pathway, that does flip the zone for 129. And with multiple specials coming out the whale, and then those strikes to hold back Pathway, the Slosher going down, in fact, the Slosher on both teams going down. Pathway have that bubble ready that they use from their Splattershot Junior. A cooler inside the bubble gives them that buff, all of those cooler buffs, and so they are able to hold onto the zone for a little bit longer. It is in a neutral state at the moment. They have to focus on those fights as 2 of them go down, and 129 are moving back in to take control themselves.
Yes, thank you for that correction. But you see 2 of those members going down, but I think they may have been coolered. You have that V-Slosh coming back with their strikes in tow, still with them. But once again, 2 members go down, and that V-Slosh does go down again, probably this time losing those Tri-Strikes for good. And all they really have is a bubble, nothing for retake. You have Mikasa here just doing crowd control, making sure that things are painted. The Booyah comes out, but it's just going to be painted over, and I think that Pathway is not going to be able to maybe take those fights fast enough. That is going to be a game 1 for 129, who's chokehold on the zone. Pathway just not able to pry their fingers off of it, I suppose.
Yeah, it almost looked for just a moment there with it stopped at 3 points remaining that Pathway might have a way in, but they weren't able to stay alive even with that bubble going up. It wasn't enough for them, and 129 able to re-exert their control over the Splat Zone and take game 1.
Yeah, I think that the size of the map really played to their favor. I think it just takes so long to get back into mid that sometimes you're just like, we got to get this good, we got to get enough picks and send them back to spawn. And at that point, you saw Mikasa at the end there just putting down that paint, getting chipped out by the pen, but being like, it's all right, I can just kind of play conservatively. They may not have the time to get into zone, and I think by the time that fight started, that made it super close. Maybe it was a little bit too late, and they didn't have enough wiggle room to really contest like they'd like, but still a place that can be sort of lockout heavy, but at least I would argue comparatively a little smaller and a little bit more practical for getting into mid. We're heading to Robo Ramen zones.
Yep, Robo Ramen here. We have seen this earlier in the day, all the way back in round 1, I believe. But now we are seeing it once again between these 2 teams.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, I just saw... Is that Bluefin? Is that Bluefin zones?
Is Bluefin. If we make it to round 4 here, if we make it to game 4 of this set, that's Bluefin Depot that you see in the map list. And if that is not a mistake, I would love to see us get all the way there.
I need to know what team picked that. I listen, 129, if I were you, I would lock in. Because I'd say I need a decisive 3-0 here, so I am not forced to play on Bluefin, but their journey to that possible lockout continues with Robo Ramen here. I think right now we are seeing no changes from either of these. No, that's not true. The Mikasa was on Junior last game and instead has given up that bubble instead for a splash with Crab, but right off the rip, one member each going down on each team, but it seems as though 129 having a bit of the advantage as it pertains to the push. I think that Crab is already out, already putting the pressure on this choke, making it very difficult for Pathway to move forward. Of course, there is a bubble being deployed, and I think I may have made an error in terms of which of the teams had that Junior. But speaking of Junior, they go down, 3 members going down on Pathway, and right now, maybe not getting so much usage out of the Crab due to most of the members already being down, but that's not going to keep 129 down. They are still moving forward with the aggression.
Yeah, 129, they are sticking with what they've got. They have that Splash who does go down, but Pathway looking to use that advantage that they've gained, but Mondi getting taken out by Mickey's Gal, and Mickey diving forward, forcing other players on Pathway to jump out as 129 continues their hold on the zone. There is that Slosher moving in, a fight between the Sloshers on the 2 teams, but Pathway getting a little bit more support there. The Killer Whale taking out 2 players, though. They want to use that Booyah Bomb, but they're only able to clear out a little bit of space on Choke, not actually taking out any players, though. As the time keeps ticking down, the only specials that they have, they use that bubble to give that Slosher a space to use the strikes from, but the strikes don't manage to take the zone, just neutralized for only a second, and with 129 retaking control, that is a quick and easy win for them.
Yeah, it feels like 129 just keeps getting these wins, keeps getting these lockouts, like right under our noses, like mid-sentence, mid-explanation. It's just like the game is just over before we can even necessarily notice there. So 129, of course, still looking to have that full sweep, still looking to lock out, not necessarily Pathway, but Bluefin zones, I would argue. I think that is their true nemesis, their true enemy. And I say this, but it could very well be 129 that picked that map mode. So maybe they're saying, you know what? Like, this is very unfortunate that we've gotten this 2-0 thus far, because we don't get to play our beloved Bluefin zones.
Well,
but,
okay.
It is Pathway's pick.
Yeah, we are hearing from our streamer that it is Pathway who did pick Bluefin, so they are going to want to keep this set alive here on... Oh, okay. Mahi... Okay. So, correction, we are hearing from the streamer that Pathway picked Mahi and 129 picked Bluefin. So, Pathway may be able to keep this set alive if they are able to win on which they did pick.
You know, but of course, of note is that Pathway, I'm sure they've picked this for a reason. They may be stronger here, but even if they are able to defend their pick and win on Mahi, at the end of the day, it may truly be a loss because it will force them to go to Bluefin zones. And I think that may be a loss in itself. So I am going to hope that Pathway locks in here, gets that home field advantage, even though it may subject them to some pain a little bit further there. But we always want to see a game 5. We want to see a close set, and we want to see both of these teams really live in the glory. So gonna be interested to see if both of these teams stick. Of course, there's a bit of a time there, maybe some strategizing on comms due to there being very, very few changes in both of these teams. But already a pick happening off the top on that sword, a really huge piece to have off of the chessboard, if anything. And of course, that V slosh on the top there from Pathway, going to rightfully punish some of those that are extending a little bit far. But so far, 129 still going to have an iron grip on that zone.
Yeah, able to win that early fight, getting it all the way down to 60 so far with the water level dropping here on Mahi. Well, early into the first minute here, early into the game, with players going down. That is the pencil going down on both teams, but both of them did have that tacticaler buff active, allowing them to come right back in. And so 129 using their specials here, that crab, to try and shred the bubble, staying alive even after the bubble is gone. But Pathway still managed to put down enough paint on the zone to flip it in their control. However, they can't really extend that any further. Specs out on the sword, they're able to get a pick before going down themselves, and that means 129 still have the numbers advantage here. They still have control, using their specials, using the whole kit to get a pick and an assist for that 52 gal here, and so they are going to try and stick around, be a nuisance, just put up that wall and be a bit of a wall themselves, preventing anyone from Pathway from getting in.
Yeah, 129 is not letting up their death grip on this zone. Like you said, we have, I think, that gal there at the top right, and Abuya's going to come out, try and supplement the paint that their teammates have already gotten down, and successfully finally turn over that zone. 129 were making really good headway through their penalty points, but it's just not going to be enough, because if they hope to win this game, they're going to have to probably make their way through those again. But for now, you have the Pen making sure that they have that the cooler out for their teammates, and of course for themselves. They do go down, but they're gonna be back fast. The Whale coming out to put some pressure on that pencil, but right now, of note, Pathway just didn't have really penalty points. They barely gotten their hands on the zone, so they just kind of raced through those, already down to 37, but now 129 finally getting a pick down and putting more pressure. But 3 of their own members going down, meaning I think we're going to see a change of hands in terms of lead here. And now the pressure is on 129.
Yeah, Pathway able to hold on, able to keep control of the zone. In fact, they are almost down to a knockout here, but with 3 players going down, that does mean 129 hold on and keep alive the chance for a 3-0 in this set. All that matters is holding on to the zone and preventing that knockout at this point. There's still plenty of time for them to get it themselves. And with Pathway having those 70 penalty points now, it's going to take a lot longer for them to knock out if they're able to retake here. But here come those tri-strikes. They are able to not quite neutralize zone, only pushing back the players from 129 just a little bit. But with 2 going down here, that is an important pick there on that slosher, which prevents a little bit more paint from going down on the zone. Pathway have it neutralized, and it's staying in neutral for quite some time. In fact, Pathway managed to hold on and take that zone back for themselves, giving a fair amount of penalty points to 129 in return.
Yeah, and even though 129 able to very quickly take that back, not without having 33 penalty points to have to eat through. 2 members down, I think, on both teams. Make that a delayed 3 total for Pathway is going to mean that 129 still has their hands on that zone. But of course, Pathway does have a very important special online. You see, they're just kind of putting that paint out, doing some chip before sending out those tri-strikes, ready to sort of like alley-oop to themselves, move in, see if they can get that paint down, but it's not going to be enough. They have lost the lead. 3 members going down on Pathway is going to mean that likely 129, who is not currently painting the zone, they just have that lone crab there, gonna have to wait for their pencil to take up the rear and finally paint over it and end the set with a little bit of style points for that delay. So 129 will win this game, complete the sweep, and fortunately or unfortunately for themselves, spare everyone of Bluefin zones.
I would have liked to see Bluefin, but very well done to 129 there. Not sure if they were doing a little bit of trolling there, just not quite capturing the zone there. If they were focusing on keeping the opponents away when everyone was pushed forward, maybe just waiting for the pencil to come back and do the work to actually put the paint down. We saw that Crab turning around a little bit, maybe missing a few spots, but in the end, 129 able to get the last 2 points that they needed, take the knockout, and take this set 3-0. They have not dropped a game yet there, but going to winners finals, that's going to be a tougher challenge for them.
Yeah, they did get a decisive sweep against one of the single digits that they were up against, which is even with four, that's just that's not necessarily easy. And we did see for a while it was looking as though Pathway was gonna take it there. I think with a buzzer beater, 129 just kind of snuck in there, had one really strong push, and just kind of took it from under their nose. But as much as I don't like playing on bluefin zones, it is fun to watch, in a Schadenfreude type of way. And I'm glad it's you and not me. Sort of fashion. So maybe I would have enjoyed seeing that. And I think 129, snuck in at the end there and said, I know you guys want to see it, but we're gonna have to deny you the goods. By sneaky having that really strong hold at the end there. And yeah, like you said, maybe a little bit of trolling, or maybe they said, listen, I think two of us have it under control here. We're doing a lot of good work in the other team's spawn. One of them's just in Crab. As a Crab, I don't know if you necessarily, want to bother painting, especially when your pencil's respawning. So they're like, they got that. We'll wait for the pencil. It's fine. But, despite the fact that we didn't see the bluefin zones, I had a lot of fun. I think we're going to be signing off after this, but before we do so and hand it off to the very lovely casters that are coming on after us, Squidoku, where can the lovely people find you online if they want to keep up with you?
Yeah, you can find me on Blue Sky, where I am squidoku.bsky.social. You can also find me on the Fediverse, where I am squidoku on splatsville.social. And if you are looking, you could also find me later tonight, where I'm going to be doing a bit of casting over with Under Pressure from the Ink Up tonight.
Ooh, yes, everybody be sure to tune into that. Usually I am busy on the Fridays, but I always wish one day, hopefully, I can cast, I can watch from the Ink Up. Sometimes I take a little look on my spare time afterwards. So if you guys are available, definitely make sure you catch Squidoku there tonight.
And where can the fine folks? Where can the fine folks in the audience find you?
You can find me at Sasu in your pants on Blue Sky or practically any other social media. I have a Twitter as well, but I don't use it obviously anymore. But that's SASUIN, the letters UR, pants, rather than the word your. I guess because I'm quirky like that. But while you contemplate my level of quirkiness, we will be leaving you for Sig and Pat, who will be with you when the other side of the bracket is ready. So don't go anywhere. Maybe just go to the kitchen, get yourself a snack, take a little break, but be back with us as soon as we come back.
I got nothing to hide.
And welcome back, everybody, to Triton-Cup 107. I am Pat here with Sig Dokari, ready to watch these incredible teams play, of course, on our favorite mode, which is Splat Zone. Sig, how are you doing today?
I'm having a pretty solid day, woke up, had some breakfast, got to hang out, and now I'm here just commentating Battle and Pool with the GOAT. With Pat here, we've got Kings versus 129. I'm seeing a bunch of Aarons, and I don't know who any of them are. But on the other side, we have 129, a pickup of a lot of the top-level European players. We got Alwo, we got Acer, KitKat, and Mickey. So that's going to be a pretty fun team. I'm curious to see what they'll be running. We just saw them 3-0 in the last set, but I have not been made aware of what they've been running yet. I saw Mickey on a 52 gal as opposed to a normal blaster, but we're starting things off on Hagglefish Market. Pat, what do you think we can expect to see going into this?
Going on to Hagglefish Market, we can expect pretty much anything because this is a well-balanced map that allows so many different weapons, so many different strategies. our first two maps will provide us with that. Teams can really bring what they want, play how they want, and open things how they prefer. We'll see what happens in game number 3. But for now, on the Hagglefish market, it's very much going to be a game of taking control of the zone, putting yourself in front of it. We are not on match point yet. It's game number 1 of the set. Let's get right in there, Sig.
And just kicking things off, we have a pretty standard comp from the side of 129, Slosher, Stamper, Splash, following that up with a pencil. And then we have, I believe, the only player I know of on Kings is the leader, which is Devin. And then just a pretty standard double AoE plus Zap to keep out the paint. Already things are going pretty decently for 129. 2 picks going in their favor. The Crab Tank wide swing to try and find another pick onto that Zap, but not quite going to find anything as the leader's able to trade it out. The Stamper is going to just provide a little bit of pressure before getting picked up. Mickey goes down to that leader, and Kings are able to get a quick little retake in, but they still have to deal with the Splash on the right side of the map, still pressuring mid, and the Slosher's taking a fight on the bottom left. Nobody really quite getting anything going, actually forcing a jump out on the side of 129. I believe that was Alvo that had the jump, and 129 are able to flip the zone just in time before Kings get that lead.
And right now we have 129 taking control over the zone again, and they still have players advantage and a tacticooler to help follow through. That's going to be a good hold by them, and they have no fear. Their pencil very much ahead, taking a lot of control with a lot of presence, and Kings are waiting now. They activated the wave breaker, but that's not enough to get a push. They're still waiting. The Booyah Bomb and the strikes should be enough to paint the zone, apply penalty. They get to breathe a little bit, but they still have to take control, Sig.
Yeah, they have yet to fully establish themselves in mid, and they're doing that right now exactly as 3 players are just rushing forwards into almost the spawn of 129 here. Kings now have full control with the Slosher underneath, and the S-Blast really chipping away at that Crab Tank, going to find the pick, get traded out, though the Slosher has to jump out from the right-hand side. Mickey is just on this right side as well, just trying to find any kind of chip damage with those 70 hits from the Stamper. Almost finds one of the Slosher, and they end up actually dropping here, but so does the Pencil. That's a lot of your paint gone. The strikes are coming through just to apply pressure onto the Zap, but the Zap is going to be able to paint through. The Slosher goes down. This leader is undisturbed still and has been stalling out so well for Kings. It has really given them an opportunity to get back in here, but with the Zipcaster coming through from Mickey, putting pressure on that leader, 129 are able to get that recap in, and now they have a serious opportunity here being close to Cooler and Crab Tank to really lock things out.
Yeah, right now 129 making work of their penalty. There isn't much left, and Kings, who are a first seed, are again throwing their specials at the zone to paint it, but it's not enough to cap yet. Oh, 129 losing a few too many players. I guess Kings should be able to get back on the zone, and they punish the jumps as well. Now it's on Kings to be in control, to be ahead of the zone. What can they do to come back? I mean, they don't have that much penalty, see?
That S-Bus did also hit a really solid direct staggering 129 there, so this retake is going to take even longer from the side of 129. Kings have a real opportunity here to get things moving, but there are 2 specials up on the side of 129. They are also tacticoolers, so they can really move quickly. The strikes from the Slosher of the side of Kings are going to be popped, but actually nothing is going to come from them as the Splash is able to find that trade. The strikes are coming through from 129, able to find that fight onto the S-Bus as well. The Crab Tank is going through with the strikes to cap, and now the Slosher is rushing down this leader, trying to just force them out into as uncomfortable a situation as possible. Gets picked off by a half charge, and the Zap is a little bit chipped, but is rushing forward the same way, just trying to find something, make a little bit of space, not going to just yet. 129, beautiful work at shutting down, came back just in the nick of time too to maintain that lead here.
Yeah, and right now 129 rid of their penalty, but they only make 2 extra points as the Kings are back in control of the zone, back in attack. Mickey activating the Zipcaster with that Stamper is dancing around, but he's stuck in the corner, can't do much. And he's forced back, he's going to be punished on the landing. Kings, they're about to be done with their penalty. And with that snipe, I think they're going to get the lead, Sig.
Yeah, I mean, that's as good as the lead. You're up a player or two. You have that lead right there, just barely. But the Splash is able to get so much paint down, tries to rush two players, just exploiting a timing window, able to get it, but goes down, forces a lot of players out. Mickey's trying to fight the S-Blast on this bottom left-hand side, but the S-Blast is able to find Alvo. Now just looking for that direct onto Mickey, but Mickey is closing that distance, dancing around beautifully with the horizontal slashes, finds one, looking for just a little bit more with that Zip Caster. This Zap really cannot move forwards here, not without the support from the team, but as Mickey tries to dive in, 129 still have control of that zone. They're only 5 points separating them and a KO, and 10 seconds left after that if they just want to play for the retake. There are those strikes to do that exactly. The strikes from Kings are just a little bit further back, but they still haven't been able to recap that zone, and that's going to be no overtime for Kings as 129 take the first map.
Kings were able to come back onto the zone, but they were not able to have the controls that 129 had, and really 129 staying on the zone, being able to really push Kings away and stay on the zone longer. Right there, it wasn't about the fights of movement, it was really objective control that gave 129 the win in that game.
Oh, for sure. That crab tank especially from... I'm completely blanking. I believe Acer. From Acer was really just instrumental in like controlling a lot of that map alongside the pencil. Also was pretty solid at painting, chipping, helping a lot with fights. And so those two weapons combined really kind of put the pressure on Kings to kind of play around the map. And with a leader, that can be just incredibly difficult to do so, especially when you're only like really consistent high paint output weapon is Zap. You can't play for that map control as much. You need to find the picks, and while they did a couple times just to get those holds off, get that lead back momentarily, it really didn't, work out in the long run for that game. Now, going on to Mahi Mahi Resort, you have to imagine that Kings are definitely looking at this, just rubbing their hands together, sort of in an evil fashion. They have those double AoE weapons that are great at playing around the ledges on Mahi Mahi. What are your thoughts on that, Pat?
I mean, it's very much a good map for AoE. I would not count 129 out. They have Mickey, who is an incredible blaster player. We saw Mickey on the Stamper earlier, but Mickey could very much swap weapons any second. I think this is like Hagglefish, the kind of map that allow a team to have a wide diversity of strategies, wide diversity of plays. What matters most is, can a team coordinate their fights? And that's what we're going to see. The second the water drops, you have this huge flat space, and that's what decides the game. That's what makes this map mode, I think, the best for Splatoon, honestly.
No, I completely get you there. It's super, super well loved, especially after the map changes that made it a little bit more playable. Well, excuse me. That's a reflux. I didn't think we were playing Turf War today.
What? Okay, I mean, 129 just lost a lot of fighting power right there. A lot of AoE, a lot of range. I mean, these missiles are still a good special, but I'm not sure about that. Right now, I mean 129, they're still very much on the zone, fighting for that zone, and with a crab tank, they're taking some control, pushing Kings away, but Kings are answering the call, very much fighting around, and with two players down, that's going to be 129 jumping away and letting Kings take control.
Yeah, they've got that control back. It looks like, Devin finds 2 picks with that E-leader. Really solid stuff. Has the Wavebreaker ready to just further slow players down. Going to pop it right here, actually. Gets that mark on Alvo, but Alvo is still just pushing forward, trying to find any kind of picks. The Blaster's going to be able to trade out, though. However, the Crab Tank is on that top left. That's going to apply a ton of pressure onto the Zap, force them pretty far back. You see Devin is on that back right now, just trying to avoid the Crab Tank. The S-Blast does find a massive pick onto that Crab Tank, also funneling a lot of the members into that Slosher and into its line of fire there. And that's a stagger, a really rough one as well for 129, as Kings only have 30 points separating them and evening up the score here.
129 right now need to go in with a reflux. That's not an easy task. The strikes are coming onto the zone. Are the strikes enough? They're not enough to cap yet. I will get splatted on the zone. That's the Kings retaking. Just 10 more ticks. And 129 is lacking the players to take right now. The strikes on the zone should... Oh! Very... Just in the nick of time, Sig. 129 gets the retake and put themselves in position.
Excellent work from 129. They're really clutch stuff, able to just paint over the strikes as well. As soon as that crab got shredded, I was like, oh no, this might be over. But able to just avoid just barely the amount of damage it would take to kill on the Splash-O-Matic and get that recap in really quickly. The Reflux found a beautiful fall off onto somebody onto that Slosher, and now the S-Blast is kind of isolated on this left-hand side, getting chipped out a lot, almost started to the Curling Bomb trying to jump out as well, but now Mickey is in a pretty fun spot here on that bottom left-hand side. This Reflux can kind of take advantage of playing under those ledges, not quite as well as like a Blaster, but still pretty solid at it. The Crab Tank going to be popped on that left-hand side. The Strikes are not able to cap that zone, quite getting rolled over as well. Two players trying to take out this Crab Tank, only one is successful, and they're going to immediately be traded out by this Reflex, and so far, the Reflex has been working beautifully. 129, they have that KO after another fantastic pick from Mickey on that Reef. Oh my goodness, Pat. And we were doubting it at the beginning of the game.
I'm still doubting it. I'm not sure this is real. I'm pretty sure I'm dreaming right now.
Oh my... wow.
Wow, indeed. I mean, 129 with showing their confidence right there. And they were so close to losing that game. I mean, Kings were just 2 ticks away from victory, but 129... I mean, the power of the Reflux is it can paint the zone very, very fast in an emergency, which means 129 managed to avoid the KO and get one themselves.
Absolutely. Like you said, it paints incredibly fast. That was really highlighted at the very end of that game, right when, the Booyah Bomb, the Tri-Strikes, and everybody on Kings was just trying to rush that zone, get it painted over, prevent that lead overtake from happening. But the Reflux alongside the Splash and the Pencil were just able to paint over. Barely a sweat broken by 129 there. And now we're switching over to a very fun map. Definitely not the same as Mahi Mahi. It's got some of that dynamicness, I guess, with the moving zone, but I mean, that's all you have that's similar. It's incredibly large. There's like no cover to play around. We're on bluefin zones.
It's a very unique map, for sure. No, but it's a map that plays uniquely. It's a map where you have to bring a plan for it. You need, with your team, to be ready to play on this map, and it's kind of a power move to put that map mode on your list of things you want to play. And I'm just checking. It's 129 that put that on their list of maps they wanted to play. This is the kind of map where if you don't know how to play on it, if you don't have a coordinated team to use the unique things of the map to your advantage, you are in trouble. You really need these plans. You really need to know where your backline is going to be, what to do when the other team uses their specials, and when to drop with your team. There's a lot of technicalities to deal with on this map.
Oh, absolutely. And it is a real power move picking this map into an E-leader. Now, granted, they have a pencil on Kit Kat there, but like picking Bluefin into an E-leader just feels dangerous. Like going into this, you have to imagine Leader has basically fully uncontested sightline of the entire map on this opening, so you're going to have to play super safe. Is that a cement Tentabrella?
I guess so. I mean,
all right.
We talked about having a plan. They have a plan. But right now the plan is letting Kings take control of the zone and get some points and get the splats. Kings open better, as you said. I mean, they have the E-leader on this map. That's such a huge perk.
Absolutely, and King's already using that incredibly well. Now this Gal in the bottom left here is just drawing so many eyes, really letting King set up and kind of get into the spawn. Now the whale's being popped. The same thing with the wall. This Gal is just living, drawing Allo and Kit Kat over here onto this left-hand side, just barely jumping out now. Strikes are coming through, though. Same thing with the chumps and the cooler. All the specials are being popped on the side of 129. This retake needs to go right, or else they are at risk of getting 100-0'd. And Aaron, one of them, the Slosher, is able to win that 1v1. John finds another pick, and so all of a sudden, this counter pick from 129 has gone horribly wrong. Nothing has gone their way here. Not the specials, not the fights, not anything. And Kings are on the verge with another couple of picks of getting themselves on the board here, Pat. Oh my goodness. What domination is a great way to put it here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good reminder that the teams, they don't select the maps thinking of the other team. They select the maps before the tournament. They don't know what the brackets looks like yet. And right there, this would have been a great map pick. If not for the Elite on the other side. If against any team but Kings, this would have been a great idea. But right there, Kings, they took control, and 129, who liked to try things, to bring different weapons, got punished a bit, got to pay for their pride, I guess.
Yeah, they got a little bit too silly there, you know. The I don't actually know the name of the weapon, but that new Tenebrella kit didn't seem like the play about halfway through. You know, you jump onto zone and you send the shield forwards, but into a splash wall on the 52 gal, into Slosher, which can hit over, and into Leader, which just shreds tent shield. It didn't look like it felt great to play for 129, and maybe that was part of it. But now, you know, you can put that behind yourselves. Yeah. We're going over to another very standard, very classic map for Splatoon 3, and that is Barnacle and Dime. And I mean, we've seen some pretty wacky weapon picks on here, especially from Mickey. You know, Luna Blaster, double backline occasionally, but I don't know. What are you expecting to see here?
I mean, at this point, 129 have shown us lots of different weapons, so I expect anything. One thing for sure is what 129 need a good way to get back onto the zone, because right there we saw it completely fail in the previous game. On Barnacle and Dime, if you're not able to push fast, if you're not able to push strongly, you are in danger, because it takes a lot of resources and a lot of time to get back onto the zone if you're pushed away. And knowing Kings will have control of the zone at some point. So can 129 get back onto the zone?
Yeah, that is the $1 million question here. Also, it is incredibly just hard to get back onto the zone, not only because of the leader and everything, and how strong Kings are at playing lockout like we've seen the past two games, but also Barnacle and Dime leads itself into that really like kind of long hold or heavy choke points where especially on this map, where you can't really progress unless you clear out two different sides of the map at about the same time, just to prevent a lot of people from just, you know, flooding that, taking a fight or something. I'm curious to see what the play is going to be for 129 here. Maybe they put like Acer back on the Splash-O-Matic, pop Crab on top right to kind of kick off that clear, and then just fight. Okay. We have a Forge Pro, and is that double missile? No, it's missile screen. Okay, we have the blue flings up.
That's the other flings are the one with a splash screen. That screen is not to be underestimated. It can really completely stop a push in its track. It can create a lot of opportunities if the team uses it well. But right now, Kings are not wasting a second, taking control over the zone and forcing 129 to wait a little bit. The screen is deployed, but Kings are around it. Oh, very nice splat. Right there, teams are fighting around the zone. As it's still very much even and anybody's game.
Yeah, I mean, 129 do have control of this zone, but you already see the Slosher just posturing for a little bit more of an aggressive fight, finding that one to the Alvo, and then I believe Acer goes down to Devin as well. The strikes are coming through, forcing a jump out. It's just this Flings to left, and they're going to opt to jump out as well. We are getting close to a couple of specials for this retake on the side of 129, though. We have that Crab Tank and the Splatter Color screen up, both really solid for just cutting off certain angles or lines of sight that you don't want Kings to access, and just denying a lot of space. Here come the missiles as well from Alvo. And that's going to kick off this retake. Here comes Mickey on that Flings. It's shut down immediately by this 52 gal, and all of a sudden it's looking very difficult as Alvo also ends up going down on that Frozen Pro. This Pencil is going to have to contest its own pretty quickly, but in the face of the Zap and the Slosher and the Gal, that's so much paint that you have to deal with as one weapon. And Kings are just out painting everything, also finding the picks. The Flings is down yet again. Strikes are going to force out Alvo, but the Gal, it's one little, I guess, consolation prize is that the Gal's gone, but the Zap is doing the exact same thing, finding two, and Kings, all of a sudden, they were down 2-0, but now they've forced a game 5, and you have to wonder what 129's thinking at this point with a couple of these, more unconventional weapon picks.
I mean, that's the problem when you win with Reflux. It's hard to take your opponent seriously, but right now, Kings, They came back, they got their head back in the game, and 129 cannot underestimate them anymore. They have to fight their whole, they have to do their best right now. Going onto Maroons, a map where good backlines, where a good charger can absolutely decide the fate of the game. 129 needs to get their head back in there if they want to win this set.
And this has not gone fantastically so far now. We've seen basically two completely different sides of Kings after the switch over to that 52 gal. Really just giving more options for Kings with that extra paint and with the, I guess, more fluid fighting pressure, where Gal can kind of just run at you rather than the S-Blast, which doesn't quite want to do that. It wants to play more for the chip damage with the burst bombs. It wants to go in with something fighting along with it, where Gal can just be really, really self-sufficient. And so if 129 don't really find an answer to the Gal, things are going to be incredibly difficult, especially if it gets into any of the really annoying areas onto this map, like the far corners, just slowly forcing its way through, or if it gets there around that little snipe area and spawn.
Yeah. And we see another change in comp on the side of 129. This time it's going to be a 96 gal deco, a more classic pick from Mickey, and that's honestly a good choice in order to shut down the 52 gal shenanigan, and it's working pretty well right now already. That gal is down, and with a crab on top mid, 129, they get punished by the Slosher. Huge moves right there. Kings on their way to take control of the zones.
Yeah, the Slosher really saving that opening for Kings there, finding one onto the Pencil, and then immediately finding that fall off onto the Crab Tank, going down, though, immediately to Acer and Mickey, and this Kraken is just clearing out all the space on the right-hand side you can imagine. It's just the 52 gal left, and they're able to find one looking for that second, trades out, but the zone is still going to be, in favor, generally, of 129. They have a good bit of map control, but they have sacrificed that with a couple of picks. The jumps are coming in now, and 129 have control of that top mid yet again, but this 52 gal on the right-hand side, again, is making just so much space. The strikes are coming through. One player's already down. Make that a second and a third. The Pencil is gone. And 129, they really don't have any stability to speak of. This Crab Tank is just getting absolutely shredded by these bombs. Now players are rotating to help, and that's going to be a pick, but the lead is already flipped. You're finding so many trades if you're Kings, and you can really take this all the way to the bank.
Yeah, Kings right now in position. The Kraken is going in, but their teammate is getting punished. Devin 4K with the Elita absolutely dominating that top mid. That's the power of a good charger on here. And right now, 129, they're coming back from spawn. They only have a one shot. They only have one push before the KO, and they're struggling to get out of their spawn, Sig.
Yeah, no, they can hardly move. These strikes are going to have to be massive here, but the strikes are coming through with the answer from Kings, and we're already down to less than 10 points remaining for them. 129, they can't really get onto that zone. They're able to for just a quick second with that crab tank, but not able to recap every single player except that crab is down. Kings complete their reverse sweep, and they move on to grand finals.
It started with 129 so strong, so fast, so powerful, but Kings learned, got better, and really adapted to 129 was doing. 129 not able to find the answer a bit too late, realizing that Kings were not to be messed with, which means Kings punch their tickets onto grand finals. Meanwhile, 129 will wait at the finals of the lower bracket.
Yeah, really solid work from Kings. Way to battle back there, find what works, with that 52 cal. And I guess the opening gambit on the leader too. We noticed that towards the beginning of game 4. I guess it worked out. So solid stuff for Kings. They're going to be waiting on. But after this quick break, we will come back at you with losers semifinals, Pathway versus the winner of Cannot Then and For Only Forever.
Without you, now I'm broken.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to Triton Cup 107. I'm Sig Dakari. Joining me on the mic is the fantastic Pat. We've got our loser semis coming at you right now. Now, Pat, who are these two teams that we've got?
Well, we have Canada, not to be confused with Camden. Not exactly the same players. On the other side, Pathways, who is a pickup. I believe they're a pickup of top players. I don't think that's... Oh, yes, that's an actual team. Oh, wait, I didn't know that team.
I believe they played in Miku Miku Beam the other day and won it last night. So, yeah. New team on the block, playing up against a team that has been pretty established for a while now, especially in the European scene of Camden, or Cannot Then, which is Camden, with a different pencil player. And we are starting things off on a bit of an interesting map pick. We've got Flounder Heights on Splat Zones to kick things off, something we haven't seen in quite a while.
Yeah. I mean, it's a unique map. It's Canada that decided to put that on their list.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think this map is awesome to watch other people play. It's
You know what? That's fair.
It's very intense. Everything you do has a lot of weight to it because every mistake can cost you control of top mid, and control of top mid is so important that the fights that you get to get there really decide so much right now. Both teams are going on to mid. The game is really going to start once one team is able to take control of both zones.
Absolutely. It is so difficult for you to retake once you lose control of mid, and especially like right in front of the zone. And already Kanatan is doing a pretty solid job of finding the picks to make that happen, forcing out the pencils. Basically as good as a wipeout for Kanatan here. And the strikes are coming through just to force back this pen even further. Looks like the slosher, I believe Asta, is just looking for any kind of fight that can work. And doesn't quite find anything but is cooler. So it's, A-okay. The strikes are coming through just to get onto that zone, get a little bit of paint on it. Going to neutralize, and Mundy's able to pop that bubble 4 pathway, but not quite going to find anything either with that Booyah Bomb. This Stamper is going to need to find a couple of picks, has that haunt, so sees somebody on the left-hand side, but now is not really sure where to go from here. Has Miner as some backup, but still, Kanatan are just holding so strong here on the zone path.
Pathway used all 4 of their specials, and they didn't get the zone. They didn't apply penalty, and right now they lost all of their players. It's going to be a KO for Canada. There's no way. There's no pathway back to top mid right now.
No, absolutely. Mundi is just struggling to move forwards, and there's a bomb to seal the deal there. Cannot then strike first and strike hard here in our lower bracket semifinals. Now, it is a best of 3, so they have just put themselves on match point going into game 2, which I believe, if I recall, is Hagglefish Market.
Yeah, Hagglefish, very much the polar opposite of this map. On Flounder Height, you have to climb your way onto mid, and as we just saw, it is so hard to take back control. Going on to Hagglefish, very much a flat map where from your spawn you have a vantage point onto the zone. That should give both teams a bit more leeway, a bit more ways back onto the zone, and we'll see how these teams are able to get their comebacks. Game number 1 for Canada really playing it perfectly, not letting Pathway do anything to get back onto the zones, and getting a lot of momentum going into game 2.
Absolutely, and I'm noticing a trend here with these maps, at least in this set, where they just get less and less like hilly and vertical as we move on. So this double AoE comp that we saw from Kanatan with the Blaster and the Slosher might end up struggling if we get pushed to a game 3, and will a little bit more here, but there's the 52 gal, still more horizontal fighting prowess on that weapon. And honestly, we've seen Kandan play so many times at this point. We know what they're capable of, we know what they can do here, and this is perfectly comfortable play from them.
Yeah, Pathway right now looking to find the fight around the zone. They have the Gal to the side. That Gal is going to be splatted by the Slosher. The Miner is here to get rid of everybody, and it looks like Pathway is the team that's going to take early control right there.
Yeah, already really solid hold from Pathway, and stark difference from game one. Picks going their way now. However, Miner does end up dropping to the Slosher play, and that's a full zone flip really quickly from Kanuthan there. The 52 gal of Risu is able to make a little bit of space left side, but gets picked off by two players of Pathway. Able to get that really quick zone recap as well with those strikes, just forcing everybody back. And this S-Plus is kind of stuck on an island, has to use the burst bomb to get out, and then re-aggresses on this left-hand side, inside of the big bubbler. Not quite able to find anything just yet. Finds one on the Mondi. Can he toss this Booyah Bomb? Where is it going? Up in the sky, dropping back right, and almost finds a second pick as well in the Miner, but Miner's able to just barely stay alive. The strikes are coming through for a little bit more pressure, a little bit more paint, but Kanuthan still cannot hold this zone. Pathway able to almost fully retake it. Surely they will with just a little bit more paint on it. The strikes as well from Miner are going to be popped, but Mia's on this bottom right-hand side, able to find that fight on the money, but not able to find that pick. The Slosher is rushing forwards to kind of find that trade, but oh my goodness, this pencil is just beautiful at absorbing the pressure. Oh my god!
Very nice move. Staying there, staying in that position shows why Zekrom is so good as a backline right there. Great awareness, great coordination with the team. Pathway kept the lead right there, and right now there isn't much a penalty left on them. They're close to extending that lead. As I say, that cannot then throws the strikes onto the zone and get a whole lot of splat. Zekrom will jump out this time and let Kanuten take control of the map.
Yeah, now Kanuthan have a bit of a hold for themselves. They've got the lead in hand too. Both coolers are popped, but picks are going in favor of Pathway. Already one looking for a second from Zekrom, but Mundi ends up dropping actually. The Booyah Bombs are both being traded out as well. Not able to find a pick with either though. Strikes are coming through just constantly, just trading all of these specials, going in favor of Kanuthan as they still have the zone, they still have that lead. They're looking to extend. The bubble is shredded as well. It's just Miner, Spec, and Zekrom left against 4 members strong of Kanuthan, and Kanuthan are just winning every single fight in mid. This is looking dire now for Pathway, down to about 20 points left for Kanuthan. They need to get this retake to happen, and they do so successfully here, but now you just need to reestablish yourselves. You need to get that control back fully and take all of mid here, Pat.
Yeah, Pathway going back in there. The bubbler is deployed, punished, but it doesn't matter. The rest of the team managed to take all the control, and right now Pathway are back in control of the zone. There's no penalty on them. They're making good points. Kanuten activating the Booyah Bomb. It's thrown at the zone, but it's not enough to paint it. The strikes all falling at the same second will be enough to take the zone, apply penalty, but that's not enough. Oh, yes! Mia coming in with the S blast and able to get one splat, not able to get the other though. Can the rest of the team follow through right now? Both teams are still in a struggle for who is going to take control of the zone. The bubbler gives the edge to Pathway, but the Booyah Bomb allows Kanuten to get back in there. It's so back and forth on this zone, Sig.
Yeah, I mean, it's just constantly been fighting for control here. Pathway still have control. They have not been given another penalty, and this could be the opportunity they're looking for, just applying more pressure, forcing Kanuthan to just kind of make the first move here, make the fight, and it looks like Mundi's going to find a massive second pick onto Risu on that bottom right. Nobody from Kanuthan can really find a pick here. Pathway just barely take that lead back. It's only the Slosher left standing, and with 10 points left against 2 other players of Pathway, the strikes are definitely not going to be enough, and Pathway clutch up at the very end there, fight this just war of attrition, absolutely brutal from them, but they are able to force a game 3 and put us onto Barnacle and Dime.
Yeah, this game much closer than the previous one, allowing Pathway to show their playstyle, establish themselves, and take control over the zone. Going into Barnacle and Dime, that has to feel pretty good, because Barnacle is much more like Hagglefish than it is like Flounder, as you were saying earlier.
Absolutely. There's a lot less kind of vertical play. It is still pretty lockout heavy like Flounder at the very beginning of this. However, you can't really play like sharking ledges and playing around little funky little vertical angles like you can with a Slosher Blaster combo here as you would on Haggle or as you would on Flounder in particular. There are still options and opportunities for you to like find with those weapons, but they're definitely a lot harder to make work. And sometimes those weapons will have to take a backseat to the 52 gal. That's kind of where I want to see Knelton's focus shift towards, is just activating Risu and activating even the Slosher, or I guess even the Slosher, just to kind of play. Activating Risu through the Slosher and the Tri-Strikes to just get him in and fight and get him in these really annoying spots, like Pit, like the bottom left. I think that would be really, really big for Knelton. But Pathway just shut him down beautifully, especially Monty last game.
Yeah, very nice plays right there by Mondi. I mean, on Hagglefish, the Boblock can so often decide who takes control of the zone, and we saw that a lot. Now, let's see how it goes. Game number 3 to decide it all. The losers are going home. The winners will get to the losers finals. And now it looks like both teams are fighting for the zone. Mondi coming in with the junior, trying to get a splat with a bomb, not finding it. And both teams still looking at each other. I see Pathway a bit slow, a bit hold together, but with the Bobbler on the zone right there, they're going to take control.
Yeah, and you can absolutely stack on top of each other, even in the face of AoE if you have a big bubbler as protection. And even though the S-Blast did get behind, applied a lot of pressure to the pencil, they were just able to rotate into that big bubbler and establish themselves in mid and really pressure the rest of Knelton. Now, Knelton did end up finding a few picks, get those strikes in, the Booyah Bomb as well. And now they've fully retaken that zone, getting through their penalty there. It's not too far of a lead, not too tough of an ask, but if you're constantly trading members out, even going a couple players down, it's incredibly difficult, but they're all coolered up. Knelton, they have as good as what Elite is now, but in the face of two specials, especially those Tri-Strikes and the big bubbler to get in, this is going to be very, very difficult for Knelton to hold on to. There it is right there with the zone flipping. And now Pathway have found themselves back, and it's just a question of where will they find that fight.
I mean, we are still fighting around the zone right there, but the zone is staying blue during this fight. Ooh, will take the splat. It's 2 versus 2 between these two teams. Knelton not able to keep the zone yet, but able to stop Pathway from really taking too much control. Pathway are coming in. The bubbler next to the zone once again allows Mondi to put all the paint in, and Mondi is now pushing in, getting a trade. That trade is huge, is giving a lot of position to Pathway.
Especially since Mondi was coolered, you have that faster respawn time, and so you can really keep the tempo on Pathway. The Booyah Bomb being popped, forcing the Slosher all the way out. The Tri-Strikes as well to confirm that lead, but there are the Tri-Strikes from Knelton. One player down, no full cap from those strikes. Pathway can still continue expanding their lead. 3 players down, it's just the pencil, and they are immediately getting rushed. They have to drop back left and jump right out. Knelton are finding themselves in a bit of a rough spot. Risu also has to jump out from that 52 gal, and it's just the pen left yet again. Pathway are really close to getting this KO here. They've almost got about 10 points left. You need to go now with that Booyah Bomb if you are Knelton, but you can't even find a pick, and Knelton cannot find their way back onto zone. The strikes get picked off at the very end there, and Pathway, they are continuing this astounding run to losers finals.
Yeah, I mean, Knelton, they opened with a KO, a dominant KO on Flounder, but then, I mean, Pathway learned, got better, and slowly but surely took more and more control over the map right there when they managed to deny the penalty from being applied to them. They had this game in the bag. Knelton were not able to get the push onto them.
No, not at all. They had a bit of a rough time just getting back into the zone. Again, Barnacle and Dime can be very lockout heavy, but like when they had opportunities to, when they used their specials, for example, if they found a pick, it was immediately traded out. There was some kind of answer from the side of Pathway, whether that was the big bubbler to kind of force the attention of the Booyah Bomber strikes away from that zone, whether it was the paint from on the pick. Oftentimes it was several picks going in Pathway's favor. Excellent work from them. They did a fantastic job at just finding answers, and they have bought themselves a date with 129 in the lower bracket finals, and we will be back with y'all for that set after this short break.
And welcome back to Triton-Cup 107. I am Pat here still with Sig, ready to watch more awesome games. And we're going to watch two teams that we've already seen, Sig, this time going against each other. It's going to be 129 going against Pathway.
Yeah, we've seen 129 have a pretty solid run through the winners bracket. You know, they ended up getting reverse swept by Kings in that winners bracket finals, but another team on a crazy run is Pathway. They've had a ton of wild set wins, seeded 6 going into this. Now they've already gotten themselves top 3. They're hunting for a little bit more, and I'm just excited to be going on to these maps so far. We've got Hagglefish Market yet again. I think we haven't had a set on this block without Hagglefish. Just one of the classic maps of Splatoon.
Yeah, for sure. And one thing to note is that these two teams have met in winners bracket. It was a 3-0 for 1G9. So I hope Pathway has had the time to learn, has had the time to talk about what happened, because right there, 1G9 are coming with a strong advantage and the mental edge.
Yeah, absolutely. They are, you know, definitely favored to win, but without Pathway has shown their resilience, especially in that lower bracket semi set where they were pretty far behind. You know, they were down a map, they were down several points in game 2 on this map in particular. You know, I wouldn't doubt if they were able to get that run back, but going into this, we have some pretty standard stuff from both teams. Mickey on that 52 gal that seemed to work pretty dang well in the winners bracket, and running back a pretty standard comp for Pathway too with the sticker stamper.
Yeah, right now we see both teams trying to get control of the zone and waiting for the specials, and the crab is deployed right before people can grab the cooler. That is huge for 129. I can see Mickey already up the tent, getting the jumps in. What a move right there. 129 not wasting a second.
Oh my goodness, what a play. They are playing at a pace that, you know, we really haven't seen yet. Just able to kind of run forwards into the spawn, find so many picks, force a lot of jumps, but Pathway are able to get those strikes onto the zone. Not at the cost of a wipeout, though. So they have really only delayed. They haven't really established themselves at all. Munzi tries to jump into the big bubbler, but is caught by both Alvo and I believe, I forgot their pencil, but the pencil on 129. And now they have a bit of a tough task ahead of them, fighting into 2 specials, trying to retake into those especially. Killer Whale is popped, but ends up getting picked off, and this Tri-Strike ends up going down too, so this is exactly what Pathway need. The players they needed to get picks on, they have, and the strikes and the Booyah Bomb are going onto this zone, pushing forwards. Alvo and the Sniper Red are in a bit of a pickle right now, especially with that big bubbler popped up, but the crab tank is going to be able to provide a little bit more stability, a lot more firepower, and 129 are still able to hold the zone for a little bit more time.
Yeah, and right now it's still a fight for the zone. Pathway not really able to get through, but with 2 players down, they should get the retake. Mickey still to the side with the gal that is kinda alone, but doesn't matter if you have a 52 gal. The wall is deployed, he can stay there, wait for the rest of the team. Pathway right now making good points, and with the bubbler they should delay a little bit more, but now 129 is going in, and with 2 splats they should retake the zone.
Yep, there it is, and Spec is in a bit of a tough spot here, having to fight 2. Doesn't even find one of the pencils, able to find 2 shots pretty quickly, and now 129 again, they have a lot of solid control, not much penalty left either, and so, you know, if they can weather the storm of this Booyah Bomb and find that pick on the money before popping that bubble in the zone, it looks like this could very well be a KO. These Tri-Strikes making a lot of space. Tri-Strikes up though on the side of Pathway from Miner, and that's going to be the main retake option for Pathway here. I'm just curious to see how they're going to pop them, looking to use them onto the zone towards the back right now as well, getting Mondi onto there, just applying so much paint and buying a little bit more time, finding a couple of picks too. Pretty solid retake from Pathway so far, but now they need to get themselves in further. They need to at least establish themselves yet again in mid and just try and get this full zone hold.
Pathway right now trying to get in, falls to all of the well, getting the splats before the jump can be used. That's zone control for 129, and even to the 2 versus 2, Pathway could have still some fight in them. It's Oliver Jr. holding the zone, waiting for the rest of the team. A huge control right there by Pathway, who are staying in this game. And with not much penalty left, Sig, they could mount a comeback right now.
Absolutely. It's just a question of can they deal with these specials? Can they deal with the 52 gal? The answer so far is not really, as they go down to the crab tank is popped. Alwo is rushing forward. House of Strikes at the ready as well to get the rest of the team in. Just not even going to try popping them, just trying to rush forward, make as much space as possible. The cooler is up on the side of 129 as well, just trying to apply that pressure, keep it going. Have two specials yet again at the ready for both teams, and Pathway really need to make these ones count. And now 3 up. The Booyah Bomb is popped from Spec, same thing with the strikes. Both of those should be enough to at least contest zone, apply a lot of pressure, but Mickey is able to find a pick on the Mundi before that bubbler goes up yet again. Those bombs are not going to be used to cap that zone. Zekrom finds one. You need to cap this now. There's only 5 seconds left, and in the face of a crab, Miner goes down, and 129 just barely hold on, almost flipping for Pathway actually, but 129 again, they strike first blood here in the set.
Yeah, I mean, 129, they had so much control, and even when they lost control of the zone, quite often it was because they were going so far inside of Pathway's territory. They wanted blood, they wanted to get in, they wanted to get more. Pathway punished them for that and kept the game close, but in the end, 129, relentless, not stopping, got the zone, got the game number 1. But Sig, it's a final. It's losers final. It's a final, which means we get a best of 5. We get more games. There's still room to improve for Pathway.
Yes, sir. We have game 2 of 3. You need to win 3, and that's, Pathway are going to be banking on that just because they're not at match point just yet. Hopefully they're going to be able to even up this set count here on Umami Ruins. A little bit of an interesting kind of map choice. I don't know quite well how Sticker Stamper functions on this map with the Booyah Bomb and everything. I have to imagine it's pretty well. Stamper's a fantastic main weapon. You got a great kit. But I just haven't seen it play out. I'm curious to see how Pathway make it work here.
Never count a Stamper out. That's a thing I've learned. If you see a Stamper, you need to be scared. You need to respect it. And even it's a very hard weapon that can fail in a lot of different matters, but it's always dangerous. It's always something that's going to slow down your opponent. But 129, they don't slow down for anything. They don't respect you, and they're going to punish every mistake you're going to make. Stamper, it's kind of this weapon that requires you to outplay your opponent mechanically, and when your opponent is 129, that's a different deal. That's a different business.
Absolutely. It is an incredibly tall task, but one that Spec is certainly up for, as one pick already goes in favor. Make that a second one. The pencil is down, and Spec actually finds a jump camp as well. It's just Crab Tank and Alvo left on this right-hand zone. Not really able to find that much support, but the Splash is going to be able to jump, or at least, stay alive for long enough to get the rest of the team up. But Pathway do get that initial control of the zone. Mundi did pop a big bubbler up in the top of the map. The Booyah Bomb goes pretty far deep, cutting everybody off. Mickey is on their own on the right hand, or on the left hand side. Now on the left, Alvo has to jump back to that pencil. These pencils are just going at it. The strike's going to clear out top mid, but Zekrom's not even there, not even concerned, just trying to keep this paint covered. The Crab Tank comes through. The strike's there to answer immediately, just has to back up though. And 129 really have not had a great shot at this, but Mickey is behind. That could be a really, really solid pick, especially with the Stamper going down here. It's just kind of Mickey on the left-hand side, able to cap that zone, or at least stall it a little bit, enough for the pencil to also do the same thing on the other zone before going down here. And 129, they've found a little bit of a foothold, Pat.
Yeah, I mean, Monty getting a double! And here comes the power, I mean, the doubles, and it took so much for 129 to apply penalty. They had to use everything they had, and they only got -1 point after that. That's what you get. Meanwhile, Pathway is back on the attack, back in control. 129 Okay, finally able to get the splats with 2-9. I guess this time Bay should be able to take the zone and actually make points.
Yeah, they're finally able to get a little bit of control going in. Again, they're really using this pace to catch Pathway off guard, already finding one on the Mundi, trading out the support shooters, but Miner is able to find one more, looking for that next one onto Mickey on that Gal, but Mickey's just, again, just running around, using that mobility, using the paint that Gal provides, just super self-sufficient weapon to get out alive against 3, okay. And 129, because of that, are still only one player down. They have a lot of control. The cooler is back up, and they don't have to back all the way up into spawn because of that. They have a pretty decent control of like mid here, and an opportunity if they can just find a pick, maybe use those strikes to find something. But Alvo ends up dropping here.
Yeah, and right now we see both teams still fighting for mid. It's very much an absolute battle around, but 2 players down onto Pathway. Miner trying to fight it, but completely surrounded, will have to go back to spawn. 129 are taking control over the zone. We've had a lot of stalemate throughout this game. 2 minutes left, and both teams are pretty tight, close to 50 points. With right now 129 done with their penalty, about to score some more.
Yeah, they're closing in on this lead here, pretty close. The strikes are going to need to go big here. Alvo kind of cut off on this left-hand side. The zone is still in 129's favor. There is the lead swap right there. Mundian goes down in the bubble, and this Crab Tank is just still alive. Acer is just given so much space to the rest of the team, but the rest of the team ends up jumping the gun a little bit before the Crab Tank or the Pencil can really properly support, and Pathway have just magically found themselves back onto the zones with control, put a penalty on 129 at that, and have been trading out yet again 2 players for the price of 1 here. Alvo on this top right side in the zone trying to fight Miner, but Miner's going to win that, and yet again 129, they keep going 2 players down for every player they take off of Pathway. And this is just a very, very difficult position to be in if you're 129. You know, Pathway have no penalty points left here. How do they respond?
We are in the last 45 seconds, Sig, and it looks like Pathway is holding that zone, but 129 is coming strong, not able to capture the zones right there. That is going to be a lead swap in the nick of time. 30 seconds left, and 129 is coming in, rushing in. They're able to win their fights. They're able to take control, but can they delay a bit more? Miner is going to be tamed, and with just a few seconds left, I guess we're about to go to overtime.
That we will, and they're only about 30 points separating 129 and a 2-0 lead here. Mundi has to pop that big bubble early. The real game changer here is going to be Specs Booyah Bomb. There it is, popped on top mid, just trying to force players out. Mickey ends up going down here. Same thing with the splash. The strikes are going to have to do it all, and they're just not able to. Pathway find a last-second, last-ditch comeback onto that zone, get that cap. And 129 have found themselves at an even map standing going into Museum.
That was such a back and forth game, and Pathway in that last second able to coordinate painting both zones at the same time to make sure that they get the cap, to make sure that they deny the overtime. Very, very well played by Pathway. We saw both teams really take control over the zones, and once a team was in control of mid, that team was really setting themselves there, not moving, keeping control until the other team was able to really completely push them away. And in there, it seems like Pathway was able to do that a bit better.
Absolutely. Pathway, really solid stuff. Again, tenacious on their side, really able to just kind of fight it out, go toe-to-toe with 129. Now, they have to slow the pace down a little bit here. You know, Museum D'Alfonsino is much longer range. There's not much cover to play around, so you really need to pick your spots and choose wisely. Especially Spec on that Stamper is going to be pretty big on those right-hand sides underneath the ledges. Just playing around, you know, those 70 hurt boxes, really forcing the Pencil to be put in, you know, a less optimal spot, a more difficult spot to work around. And I'm going to be looking at especially the frontline fighting pairs for both teams here. They are like instrumental in just trying to force the Pens into uncomfortable spots because those players can really contest the zone here.
Yeah, I mean, it's very much a lot of zone control, especially on this map, as you said. Control over the zone once a team is able to take control of that whole pit. It can be hard to retake. You have to rely on that drop to the side. You have to find the ways to get a safe drop for your team. We'll see who takes control. Honestly, given what we've seen so far, it's very much anybody's games, with both teams having shown different strength. And as you said, the frontliners, how they're able to fight will decide a lot. And pay attention to the slushers on both sides, because that's what could decide control of the platforms. And controlling the platforms can allow you to really change the pace of this game.
Absolutely, and so far, still pretty standard comps. So many finds too. There's Mickey on that 52 gal with that opening gambit, really using that mobility to kind of get into a really tough spot for Pathway to deal with. Nobody expected them to be right there, and now 129 have full control. They have the lead, just getting a lot of paint up. Alvo on that bottom right hand side too with the splash 2 support. Mickey's just looking to get aggressive now that Cooler's up, has that whale, looking for a little bit of a spot to shark. There it is, another pick on the money before Mundy can fully pop that big bubbler and be safe. Really solid stuff. 129, they have taken a hold of this game, Pat, and they are not letting go so far.
Yeah, I mean, 129 very, very strong in the opening right there. I'm completely punishing Pathway as they're trying to get back onto the zone. Chew down on Pathway. Pathway forced to wait, but there's not much time left. Seeing everybody super jumping back in, and it's last try, last attempt at the zone, and they lost their pencil. They needed to paint all they can if they want to apply penalty right there. But it's again chew down on Pathway. The strikes coming in, but the strikes are not able to cap. What is happening?
No, nobody from Pathway is able to play. Spec goes down inside the big bubbler, and Mundy's not really able to move forwards into all this mid-range fighting pressure. And 129 with a 100-0 on the Pathway. Really solid stuff. They were not happy about how that last game went, huh?
Yeah, I mean, 129 very much shutting things down. Shutting down this party, not letting Pathway do anything. Pathway got to mid and they got slaughtered. They got back to the zone, they got slaughtered again. And that was the game. Very much 129 not letting Pathway establish their game, do anything right there. Huge game for 129.
Absolutely, really, really big stuff from them there. Now we're going on to Mahi Mahi Resort, something that we saw 129 pick a very silly weapon on last time we saw them. I'm curious to see if we're going to see that version of 129 now that they're on match point, or if we're going to see the locked-in version, with this 52 gal that we've been seeing the past couple of games, Pat. Definitely changes the comp a little bit, but what are your thoughts on it?
I think you start getting serious once you're thrown into losers bracket. I think you can't fool around anymore, and given what Pathway has done on on the Nami runes, I don't think 129 want to joke anymore. So I think the gal is going to come back.
That is fair. I would imagine that you are correct in that. Gal also very strong here, able to kind of abuse how small the map is, especially with the mobility provided by opening Gambit. Can really get to aggressive, annoying spots to work with, has the wall to kind of stay there. Really going to be hard. That's the main question I have for Pathways. How do you deal with this Gal? We saw it not work out great for them in game 1. Now they need something to deal with in game 2. They're not going to switch up their comp, but maybe they switch up the game plan here, just find a way to kind of force Mickey to slow down. And already Mickey is, not rushing forward straight at people this game, just opting to play a little bit slower, play for that crab tank, play for that cooler. And now that the cooler's popped, running in, looking for that jump camp. There it is, and 129 have 3 picks essentially with full control of that zone, knocking on the spawn of Pathway.
And that's how you want to play, stay patient until the opportunity comes and then run forward, seize it, take so much. 129 right now, still making points. The water is going to drop, and 129 still has the numbers advantage. They're pushing their way back in, forcing their way in there. And with the Gao activating their sub and special, they're still dancing around, and Pathway has no way back to the zone. They need to fight just to get the right to... Oh, wait! There's a DC!
Uh-oh.
There's a DC on 129! Oh, well, okay, so 129 decides to end the battle right away before enough points are scored. Yeah, I mean, they have a right. Pathway hasn't scored any points yet, and the clock hasn't advanced, so they get the replay.
Okay. So, it was looking really good for 129.
Yeah.
I mean, the replay happens. I didn't know that the replay rule was quite... like that. I was not... this is how important it is to read the rulebook, guys. I didn't know that it was just the other team's score to drop down. That is pretty cool. Definitely important to know that one.
For Dapple tournaments, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure it's only depending on the points of the team that hasn't DC'd.
That sounds about right to me as well.
So
let me check the rulebook as well. Hold on. Bear with us for a second, because now I'm confused. Now I'm curious. Am I in the Triton-Cup Discords? We may be throwing.
I'm going to find the rules. Why do we have so many Discords? Okay.
Hold on, I'm joining Triton. Where's the rulebook? There it is, disconnections. Each team gets one DC replay per tourney. If it hasn't passed the 3-minute, and if the objective hasn't pushed past 50 by the non-DCing team, so in this case it's Pathway,
yep,
you can reset. And that's exactly what 129 are doing.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, one other specific thing for double tournaments is that you only get one DC replay per tournament. We want our tournaments to run fast. It's getting late here in Europe, so yeah, let's get right back in the game. 129, they open strong. Can they do it again? That's the big question, Sig.
I mean, it looked pretty solid, and there was a consistent way to kind of get things started with that early crab tank. Already, though, it looks like Mickey is looking for an aggressive play here on this far left-hand side, going to find two. And a pinch for that third. The fourth is going to have to jump out here. Pathway, they did get control of that zone for a little bit, but they did get a little bit overzealous, a little bit too complacent, not knowing where that 52 gal was, and 129 has punished them dearly for it, and now they're already hunting for that lead, for that KO yet again.
Yeah, very, very good opening, great moves right there, as Pathway are getting back in there. The big bubbler and all the specials actually are allowing them to retake control of the zone, set themselves here. But 129, they're still around here. Mickey dancing around, getting punished, not able to get the good movement, and that's a Pathway taking control of the middle of the map after the water has dropped.
Mm-hmm. And now they've taken the lead as well as the water. And 129, they do have control back of that zone. The crab tank is pop, same thing with the tri-strikes. But there's Miner, I believe, behind. Everybody from 129 is trying to turn around, force that jump out. There it is. The Booyah Bomb, though, going to be pop. Same thing with Mondi and that big bubbler to stall as much as possible. That Pathway, they still have control of that zone now. The strikes are coming through. Spec ends up going down from a nice shot from Kit Kat there. And now it's looking incredibly rough for Pathways. 3 players end up staggering themselves. It's only one left. That Slosher Miner ends up going down too. And now 129, they have themselves another really solid kind of control setup here.
Yeah, 129 very much taking back control of the zone, getting rid of their penalty as the Pathway is trying to get back on their Pathway, activating their specials again. And able to retake, but they lose 2 players in the process. That is rough. Miner is forced to regroup with the rest of the team to move back right now as 129 with the strikes is forcing Pathway to dance around. It's so rough. That's a nice jump out as Pathway needs to regroup, needs to prepare. They don't have much time left. 40 ticks left until a KO.
Yeah, no, they're back on the path of just dominance again. They've really not let up the gas outside of maybe once or twice. 129 are still holding strong. Two specials on the side of Pathway up, though. You have to imagine those pop soon as I say that the tri-strikes go up. Mundi's looking for just a spot to move in for that big bubbler. Gets two bombs on the zone, but not enough. Everybody gets picked off. Spec and Zekrom really have to move here into Alvo and 129, and Spec ends up dropping. It's just Zekrom the pencil left, and no, they're not able to cap, but they give jumps. That's the important thing. Mundi gets that big bubbler set up. Miner's stuck contesting the zone all alone, and it's Mundi against 4 is able to 1v4 cap it. Are you kidding me, Mundi?
What a move. Quite a cap on the zone to stay alive, but staying alive is all they managed to do right there. 129 is still in control of the zone, still in control of mid, and Pathway has bought themselves some time to get another push.
Yeah, they have the Booyah Bomb at the ready. They have a big bubbler again. They're looking to kind of set up the same way. There's the big bubbler just in front of the zone. The strikes are popped too. Same thing with the Booyah Bomb. Just trying to find a pick onto the pencil just to get that stagger, prevent that cooler from going up in a little bit more time. Alvo also ends up dropping. Same thing with Mickey in that zone. And Pathway, they've finally got themselves back in. They've gotten themselves a good amount of control. And Spec with another opening pick, just trying to look for a little bit more. You really need to go for these big plays sometimes, but it looks like they're just opting to play for that safer, for the more controlled, and stall out. And there's 3 actually going on the side of 129. All of a sudden, it's just the crab tank left on the top right, and with everybody staring at it, it's only going to find one pick before getting immediately shredded and picked off by Miner. Alvo's trying to jump in on this right-hand side, but Mundi's right there with the pain control, but goes down. It's just Miner left behind 3, and they're not going to be able to find anything, as just barely in time 129 come back with the zone.
129 were so much behind, but they were able to simply mount a push so fast, so together, with so little resources, take back control of the zone. And now with just 10 seconds left in the game, Pathway forced to jump in. Pathway using their specials to take control once again. They just bought themselves overtime, but it's going to be rough. The crab tank is in there, getting the splatted 3 down. It's a wipe out. And 129 are going to retake the zone and punch their ticket to grand finals.
Really solid stuff. First off, hats off to Pathway. You know, especially Mundi, able to cap that zone in a 1-on-4. Yeah. That was just ridiculous. Great stuff. Got Pathway back into the game. But 129 really managed to keep their cool there, even when, you know, they went 3 down. Right on that hold, when it looked like, you know, Pathway was just on the verge of evening up the set and winning it. They were able to find a couple of picks, find their way back in, just inch forwards, and then all of a sudden burst onto the zone with a wipeout. Excellent work from 129, and they're gonna get that run back against Kings in the grand finals.
Yeah, they will get that run back indeed. We will watch that right after this very short break as we set up the lobby.
Trying not to let go of my pride, but every time you come back, it's like falling down these lies again. This feeling that I have deep down inside, I just wanna be the one you need. And now I need you by my side. I can't sleep at night. Let's get lost in time. Leave it all behind. I can't get enough of that I'm enough. Tell me Find you. I'm used to waiting. Are you? Would you be waiting there too? I'm used to staying. Would you? Would you be waiting? Would you be waiting? Would you be waiting? Would you be waiting? Find you. I'm used to waiting. Are you? Would you be waiting there too? I'm used to staying. Would you? Would you be waiting? Dopamine when you send pictures. When you send pictures. Can't be waiting. Dopamine when you send pictures. When you send pictures. Would you be waiting?
And welcome back to Triton-Cup 107. I am Pat here with Sig the Carry, and it is time for the grand finals. It's going to be the two teams we saw on winners, which is Kings versus 129.
Yep, we've got the squad of Aarons versus 129, team that we saw a good amount of now. We've seen 3 sets at minimum, I believe. All varying degrees of difficulty for 129, but what we've seen from Kings is just coming back from the reverse sweep in that winners finals. Really solid stuff from them, especially after swapping that 52 gal. I believe that was a really big difference maker for them. In that winners finals. I'm curious to see if they can keep that momentum going, or if they've been iced out a little bit too much, and maybe 129 can keep their hot streak from the last couple of games in losers finals.
Yeah, I mean, right there, 129 coming in stronger. We saw them take 2 games off of Kings and then let Kings get the free next game, get the huge bracket reset now. 129, reverse sweep. 129 need a bracket reset if they want to take the victory. They need to win a lot. And let's go with the map pool. We have 5 very classic maps in front of us right there, and let's get right in the game, starting of course with Mahi Mahi Resort.
Yeah, we are back on Mahi Mahi, and Mickey is on the Frozen Pro with those 10 missiles, going to opt for a little bit different of a shooter than the 52 gal, a little bit less paint, a little bit stronger special, a lot of bit stronger special than the Killer Whale, and a lot more range too. But the gal is already looking to fight on this left-hand side, is able to get one, backs out, but gets picked off immediately by the pencil. But 2 players are down on the side of 129. Kings are already riding this momentum pretty strong with solid zone control here, and the Slaughter is just making sure that the pen cannot really move isn't able to contest that zone and and is really just not able to get anything going. Same thing with Acer, just trying to rush forward onto the zone, but still not aware of that bucket. And this bucket has already found so much value on this ledge. What an incredible spot to be in. And they're still here. They're jumping out after getting another assist, Pat. What on earth?
They just stayed there for so long. 129 able to get back to the zone, but not able to paint it yet. We saw 129 do so much, but struggling so much. Alright, they get the wipeout finally to take control of the zone, but that's down to 36 points for Kings. What an opening push, and right now Kings are already back onto the zone, back with the paint. They are going so fast.
Yeah, no, the missiles certainly have not helped out 129 in any case so far. They do have control of that zone again. Close to the missiles, have the tri-strikes that they're ready for the hold here. The leader ends up going down too. That is absolutely massive. Oh, you can move around the map a lot more freely when that anchor, especially when that leader is gone. And 129 certainly were trying to take advantage of it, but the rest of the Kings were just sitting there ready to go. However, the Slosher does end up getting picked, not able to get as much value on that bottom left as we saw before. But the rest of Kings is set up pretty solidly here on that right-hand side. The strikes are going to come through and fully recap that zone. And 129 do have pretty solid control, but the crab tank did end up going down here, Pat.
Yeah, and right now it looks like 129 are able to have their control to put themselves in there, but they lose their pencil to the Eliter, and that's Kings again, preparing their push, preparing their way in. 129 are forced to defend as much as they can, but they're able to hold the zone for now. They're not far from the lead, and with that splat, thanks to the Slosher, it looks like they're going to take the lead.
Yeah, there's the lead swap right there, forcing a couple of jumps out, but specials are on the side of Kings. They have the strikes to just immediately recap the zone with all three at the same time. The Slosher also looks forward, finds one, looking for another one maybe onto the splash, but jumps just to avoid that second slosh there. Great play by Acer, good little micro bit of movement from the Splash-O-Matic, and now 129 still have control of that zone. They have a good bit of penalty, but they're still in solid control. I believe they are close to a couple of specials. We see that crab tank on the top right is almost ready here, and also finding a pick onto the Slosher. There's a lot of your AoE gone. The strikes aren't going to be up in time either with this retake, and same thing with that zap. You have no cooler now, no shooters to provide any paint, and with a big stagger, this leader is just in a tough spot here, Pat.
Yeah, and right now 129 extending their lead. The strikes are coming, but the strikes are not enough to apply penalty, and it's 2 down on Kings. 129 holding the zone, holding the control. The Eliter is surrounded and punished. That's the end of game 1. Big KO by 129.
Absolutely massive from them. Really great holds towards the end there, especially, especially painting over those strikes. That can be incredibly tough to coordinate sometimes, especially when you are down a couple of players, when those players are fighting other people, when you have to prevent the rest of the team from getting onto the zone as well. 129 just juggled those responsibilities beautifully. And that really led them to win that first game. But now they've got to move on to another map. And we saw them just absolutely dumpster pathway on this one just in the previous set on Museum. Yeah,
Museum very much... the death pit that we saw on this map earlier was very much a masterclass by 129 on how to control space, how to punish your opponent for pushing a bit too fast. Kings are a different caliber of teams. I don't think that's going to work as well, but for sure, it's a map where you have to pay attention, make sure that 129 cannot do what they want to do, and right there.
Yeah, immediately I have to think, okay, with the leader and the zap, Kings will probably be able to punish the aggression a lot better than on the side of Pathway. So with getting paint down, making sure that Gal doesn't really get in as easily, they can really punish, especially if Mickey runs the opening gamut. And this is all assuming if Mickey runs the Gal instead of the Pro that we just saw. he's definitely going to have a lot tougher of a time just trying to kind of make those massive plays. You might have to rely on the specials yet again, rely on Acer's Crab Tank especially. And that's what I'm going to be looking at for 129 here.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could see the Pro coming back. Oh, well, let's see right away if it does. Yeah, the Pro is coming back. And I think that's a good idea, because these missiles can allow your team to get back in much faster, much reliably, which, I mean, on any map against a team like Kings is a good thing to have. Right now, Kings opening pretty strongly. They have the Gal. They're going in. They're getting the splats and maintaining the pressure. It's going to be them taking control of the zone, of the pit of death.
I have to ask, because we've seen this on 2 different teams now. Yeah. Is that just like a common Gal rollout? Like, did Melon post like a video or something about it? Because we've seen it get so much value twice in a row. And granted, got punished on plat here, but now Kings have about a 40-point lead just going into 129's retake here. End up going down on the leader here, but this Slosher is stalling pretty decently in the face of 2 shooters. Ends up dropping now a couple players down. This Gal on Kings as well is just holding pretty darn well. The shooters really holding it down for Kings, now down to about 50 points remaining. And for whatever reason, 129 has just not been able to cap here, Pat.
Yeah, I mean, they're still fighting for that zone. The Slosher for Kings still on there, activating the strikes and not able to stay alive enough. 129 took their time. They wanted not just to take the zone, but to take control of the territory. And right there, that's what they did, but they already get punished by Devin 4K on the Elita. Taking back a lot of control, and with that wave breaker on the zone, it's going to be rough for 129 to defend.
Absolutely. Just forcing a lot of players out. If you stay in that wave breaker range, you have to commit to a jump, and against the leader, against the Gal, against the Slosher, that is a death sentence. And so Kings are going to take full advantage of that, really neutralize this zone, but they aren't aware of Mickey. Mickey finds one, gets that second, looking for that third, maybe onto that last zap. Yes, he'll find it right there. No, it's just Devin left, and Devin's going to have to jump out here. What a beautiful triple from Mickey to recap that zone almost entirely on their own for 129 here.
Yeah, and the Gal this time dropped alone. You don't want to drop alone even with a Gal at that level. People know how to stop you right there. 129 activating the missiles. All of Kings are kind of stopped, clutched behind, and forced to wait for a better time, because right now 129 are about to get the lead.
Yeah, there's that lead swap that you were just talking about. The Wavebreaker does come out, but the strikes are there right to answer and stall out even further. 129 are looking to extend that lead as far as possible. The Splash ends up going down. The strikes on the zone are going to cap it. Mickey, though, is able to find one, second one from Alvo there. And now 129 again, they have completely reflipped the zone immediately. Devin is able to find Alvo here and allow their 52 teammate to drop down into that left of the zone. And same thing with Kit Kat. This leader is on fire right now, Pat, just doing everything for Kings right now.
Yeah, Kings able to take back control. Can they lock 129 out? That's what they need to do with less than 2 minutes in the game. Oh, their backline gets punished by Miner. And, not Miner, but by the Slosher right there. 129 taking back control of the zone. I mean, not yet, but they have so much paint. They're pushing in, forcing their way in. They apply penalty, lose their pencil, though that Elita is still watching.
Yep, finding again crucial picks. Another one, you can't swing that. You can't even consider just running around there if you are, in the sight lines of a leader. Devin especially is going to hit that every day, and that's just a very difficult spot to be in. Finds the crab tank too. While it might not mean much with the missiles and strikes coming through, that is absolutely massive in a couple of seconds, right when the rest of Kings just rush forwards, put a lot of pressure on Mickey, force him to jump out and get that zone back. We are down to less than a minute left, Pat, and there's not many penalty points left on Kings.
Yeah, Kings are mounting their comeback right now, getting more and more presence, but they just lost their Slosher. The hold on the platform is done, especially since there's a drop to the right. Kings still able to hold the zone. They only need to hold it for a few more ticks as 129 are trying to find their way back in. They're conceding the lead. They have to go in, only 20 seconds left. The strikes get punished, only one strike make it to the zone. Kings hold the zone, hold the lead, and are going to get a KO.
Wow, what a big answer back from Kings, especially after that first hold down to 25 odd points left from 129. That was ridiculous. Devin hitting some absolutely bonkers shots, really shutting down a lot of these otherwise safe places to run to for 129, kind of setting the pace, setting the tone for Kings there, and allowing a lot of those retakes to happen. Really solid stuff from Kings.
Yeah, Kings very much... I mean, they were behind at first. 129 were able to take control, to have the lead, but Kings pulled their way back in, and I mean, they didn't take full control of the map. 129 was still next to the zone, almost painting it, but Kings were able to simply win the fight right next to the zone, to keep that control, to keep the points going, and manage to win just that way. Now, going into Barnacle and Dime, you want to push the other team away. You don't want the fight to be next to the zone. We'll see if Kings are able to do that, but having an editor on this map has to be a pretty good perk for the team.
Oh, absolutely. You have a lot of open area to kind of play around. We saw it, I believe, in the winners finals work out really well in Kings' favor. Where just Devin was able to get set up, finding a lot of fantastic picks. Some of the best Devin flicks I know just in the past year have been on this map in general. So Devin especially is incredibly comfortable on this map. You have to imagine Kings is too. This is one of the most standard, most common maps for competitive Splatoon, especially on zones, and there's no comp changes at all going into this for either team, so we're still going to be seeing those missiles. I really like the thought process, but the execution just hasn't quite worked out in that second game for 129.
Yeah, all right, now we see both teams trying to get their opening. It looks like King are on the zone, that Gal going forward, trying to hunt for the kill and getting it right away. It's 2 down onto 129. The Gal is top, but Arlo is alone for 129 and is going to be sent back to spawn. Now Kings have the control, have the position. What can they do with it? And their Slusher is already to the side, completely harassing and denying that side of the map. Oh wait, they get top, they get punished. This could be a way in for 129.
Yeah, and especially without having that tactical for the quick respawn for that special saver, Kings have put themselves in a pretty tough position here, but the 52 gal is trying their best to salvage, actually just forcing all 4 members of 129 back. That Crab really does not want to be in range when it is in its recovery frames, and the rest of Kings just pushing that left-hand side, able to find a pick, find 2 with it. The gal ends up going down here, and the strikes are onto the zone, but they are not able to cap just yet. Albo is looking for something, just a little bit of chip, but Mustard is right there, almost able to find that pick, does so, and so far Kings have just fully wiped out. They are again just dominant. These longer range maps are just completely controlled by them, Pat.
Yeah, that was theirs. That was completely theirs. We saw a close victory in the previous game. This time it's simply Kings taking control, getting on top, and not letting 129 do anything, which means, Sig, we're on match point.
Yes, we are. Not only are we on match point, but we're on tournament point.
Yeah.
And so we're ending things, possibly ending things off on Umami Ruins. This is certainly one of the maps out there, not quite as common as the Hagglefish or the Mahi Mahi or Barnacle quite, but it is probably the most played double zones map in the game, if I were to guess, just based on popularity, based on how often we've seen it in tournaments. And while Leader could struggle here just a little bit, in theory, you have to imagine it's still going to be really, really difficult to work around 4129 here.
It's I mean, first of all, I love the way double zones play, and this is one of the reasons why Umami is such a good map, a good addition to our classic roster of maps for zones. I think it's good for Lita because it is so open, because top mid, pretty much top mid, allows an Elita to really deny things, deny a push from a team before they even mount the push. You have to be stuck so far behind if you want to regroup, if you want to prepare your specials together. You have to really pay attention to where the Elita is, and when that Elita is of the caliber of Devin 4K, it's very, very scary to go against. And I feel like 129 will need all the tools that they have to really move that Elisa around if they want to win this game.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the run back of the Tenna missiles. If I were to guess from Mickey here, the strikes and crab are both really solid tools to force E-Leader out. No, Mickey's actually opting for the S. That's okay. A little bit different, the shot and S-Blast instead of the... I forgot what I just said. Instead of the Splash and the Missile Pro.
Yeah.
So definitely just trying to shake things up here for 129. You know, not as consistent options, but when they hit, oh boy, do they hit hard. But so far, both of the like shorter range players on 129 are going to end up going down here. It's 2v2 in the zone now, with jumps coming in rather quick for Kings here, and they are going to lose control actually of the zone first. And it looks like 129 have control of top mid, and that's going to give them a lot of space pushing forwards here.
And 129 is keeping the fight going. They get more and more splats, forcing Kings to regroup right now. Kings with the tactical are dropping in bats very fast of a drop. They're kind of alone, but they're able to get one and jump away, regroup with the team. 129 right now are going to lose one zone, and with the strikes they could lose more, but they answer with specials of their own. We have now a full-on war around the zones to know who is going to take it, but the penalty was not applied, and it looks like 129 are scoring a few more points.
Yep, this Slosher doing a ton of work for Kings and top mid, going to end up going down eventually, but 129 have still not given up the zone after the push, finally going to give it up right then after quite a difficult battle for Kings to come back from here. Already one player down as well. However, they are cool. They will be back up fast. The Zuka from the shot going to be popped, but not going to be used here as they get picked off immediately. The 52 cal pops that killer whale, tries to shark forwards for just a little bit of a better spot. Going to be able to shut down this blast. Looking for another one, maybe onto the pen, just forcing them all the way back. But the Slosher is there to try and pressure, but the Gal's able to just dance right out. And the lead flips for Kings here. This Gal is just holding so much space. Doesn't die to the suction bomb either. That's pretty big before ending up dropping in that pit.
Yeah, they stayed there for so long now. Mickey is coming in with the S-Blast, able to get some control. The Booyah Bomb is deployed. They're going to retake the zones, apply a penalty. They get to breathe a little bit. I mean, Kings managed to take and hold control for so long, and that's the power of their formation. They can take their control. They can hold the zone for so long, but now they need to move in, and that's where they're not as good. That's where they're struggling, is when they need to move forward, and right now it's not working. They lose 3 players. I guess 129 is going to get the lead.
Yeah, I mean, you have to imagine, right? Only 5 points left. All of Kings is stuck in spawn. And there's the strikes are going to be popped, force everybody out of Saucer, but those are so far back. You still need to get back into the zone, and 129 has just done a textbook job at falling off after forcing all of this utility to be popped. The Booyah Bomb there to just control that zone even further. Nobody is even close to the zone for Kings, and this looks like it's a done deal for 129. Yep. We are going to a Game 5.
Very, very nice play by 129. Kings were able to hold the zone. Were on top of it, but they're not able to deny long enough. And I mean, that's the deal with an elite defense. Very nice. You can stay where you want to stay, but once the other team has got the distance, you have to let them take the ground, and then coming back in is so hard. Now, we are going to a tiebreaker to decide whether we end the tournament here or go to a bracket reset sig. And of course, we're going to go to a classic that we've seen every set, of course. It's Hagglefish Market.
And this is El Clasico. This is the Splatoon 3 map. If you aren't familiar with this at this point, I'm questioning if you've even seen gameplay of Splatoon 3. This is Hagglefish Market. You know it. You love it. It's got the funny little glass thing as well for the leader and sniper raider to play around for a little bit.
Yeah.
This is gonna be pretty interesting. I'm curious to see what 129 is cooking, because they switched the comp pretty drastically with the shot and S-Blast. I want to know if they're going to stick with that or if they're going to run something else that's a little bit funky, if they revert back to the Crow, just to kind of break into mid, because breaking through past mid can be a little bit tough on this map.
Bring it back. Bring the S-Blast back. It was working. 129, they need these pop-offs to get in, to get their control. And these pop-offs, they happen better when Mickey is on a blaster. That's what you need. You need Mickey on a blaster to move in, to take the control. That's how it works. And that's what has been working for 129. That's what has been allowing them to really take this game 4. I think they should bring it back, and especially, as you said, this glass area. That is so good for the backliners. Well, if you have a blaster, you can make sure it's completely unsafe. And Mickey is going to bring back the S-Blast and maintain that presence. Now, it's on Kings to adapt and find a way to stop Mickey.
Yeah, I mean, that S-Blast really did pop off last game. It really enabled by the strikes, by the shot, and the Zuka as well. So now it's just a question of, can it happen again? Already, though, we're seeing this 52 gal get really aggressive on this right-hand side, draw the attention of the pencil, but immediately shut down by Kit Kat here. Mickey and Acer are rushing forwards. Alo's pushing up that left-hand side and just taking full advantage of that pick, of forcing Kings to kind of, move over and pick up a little bit more pressure from that left-hand side. Beautiful work. Now, 129 have full control of the zone. They have a strike to work with, and have an answer for these strikes from Kings. The zone does end up getting flipped, though, and that's just the power of tri-strikes on this map sometimes.
Yeah, great moves right there. Look at Kings are still next to the zone, but 129. Oh, well, the Kings are going in. They're going in so fast, getting all the splats and cleaning up all around. Kings want this set to end. They want this tournament to end, and they're on top of the glass, taking control. The gal right there is dancing or getting a trade with Tacticular. That is huge. Oh wait, they didn't have Tacticular anymore, but it doesn't matter. They still have numbers advantage. And 129, they don't know what to do right now. They have no way in, Sig.
No, not at all. I mean, their only way in realistically is just through this Booyah Bomb, but Mickey's on the bottom right-hand side, immediately pressured, finds something on the mustard, though, and that's going to be really big. It gives you a ton of options. There we go, immediately popping that Trizuka and the Booyah Bomb, but the Booyah Bomb's the only thing that's going to be able to find any value here. Finds actually a pick onto the end zap, and Mickey finds another short-range direct jump camp onto the 52 gal, and another wipeout. Mickey just got a triple on that far right of the map, catching Devin before he's able to even run back into spawn. Really great retake from 129, exactly what they needed right there from the S-Blast.
Yeah, and without that triple, that was game. That
absolutely.
was such a powerful move. And 129 right now, who were so far in their spawn, struggling in their own spawn, are now on the zone, scoring good points and forcing Kings to prepare another push. Kings throwing the strikes in, trying to get in, are able to get the splat with the slusher, but not able to get the zone yet. We are so close, Sig, and the fight for the zone is going. Everybody paint. Kings apply penalty.
Just barely able to hold on to that lead as well. If that little cap on the zone doesn't go their way, then everything just falls apart for them right here. As Acer does end up finding one with the Trizuka, but 3 players end up going down on the side of Kings, or on the side of 129 here, and Kings are moving forwards. They have a tri-strikes ready for that hold, and just barely 15 penalty points remaining on their zone cap. They could very well KO this, especially if they use the strikes right. However, strikes are up on the side of 129. 129. They need to get going now. The Booyah Bomb is at the ready as well. No picks going in favor. We are just waiting for these to pop. All the strikes on the zone, able to not count. Same thing with the Booyah Bomb, and Kings barely hold on with that KO and complete the paddling pool sweep. They've gone to both game 5s. 129 have not been able to come out on top, and Kings are your Triton Cup 107 champions.
Great game by Kings right there. I mean, it was close. It was tense till the very last second. 129 sending all of their specials on the zones, but Kings able to paint over it to deny just the extra second to get the victory. And as you said, both of the times these two teams met, it went to a game 5. It was close. It was back and forth. But in the end, Kings or seed number 1 stays on top and gets the Triton crown.
Yeah, excellent work from them. Really able to hold on. That last zone hold from 129 was so close. It was incredibly dicey. Great work from Kings to come back from that and kind of come back to KO as well. Really good utility usage, especially of those tri-strikes towards the end, just capping over everything else. Kings had a great run, but Pat, since that was Grand Finals, that will be the last from us this week. So where can the lovely people find you?
You can find me on Blue Sky at PatchorTom. It's written on your screen right now, so that's where the main spot where you can find me. And Sig, where can I find you on the internet?
You can find me anywhere where the Splatoon community hangs out, whether that's Blue Sky, Discord, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, any of that kind of stuff, at Sigdakari, like you see at the bottom of the screen right there. Huge shout out to Triton Cup TOs and our streamer CKK for running a fantastic stream. Pat, it has been wonderful casting with you. I hope y'all have a great day, and we will see y'all next week.
Countdown, feel the ticking.